Okay, and can you hear me? Okay, that's good. Yeah, just okay, let me know if there's any issues with audio or the like. I've never done a stream before, so I think I got my audio and video set up decently well, but yeah, just in case if there's any issues, like if the game is too loud or out, or my voice is too loud, or you can't hear either, just let me know. Okay. So yeah, I just, like I said, this is a little fun thing I wanted to set up for for my 1,000 subscribers. It took a while to reach that, but I'm happy that I did. Hold on a second. I'm gonna fix something real quick. Okay, yeah, I just wanted to change up my audio setup a little bit so that I could hear my own voice better. So yeah, so in a little bit I'm going to be pulling up Deltarune. I'm going to be playing the weird route of chapters 3 and 4. I've already played through chapters 1 and 2, but I have not done the weird route for chapters 3 and 4. Chapter 3 is going to be pretty much exactly the same, but I thought it'd still be fun to go through and just hang out for a bit, and just answer some questions, talk about YouTube video, the YouTube channel, or Word Girl, or Deltarune, or anything else. Just yeah, just feel free to give any kind of questions that you like if you come up with something. Let me just a moment, and I will get the game started. Oh, I forgot something. But yeah, I got this little guy set up. Yeah, I thought it'd be a little more fun to do a little PNG tuber thing with my little bat mascot. So yeah. You should be able to hear the game's like little audio like droning from the chapter select right now. Just let me know just to confirm that you can hear the droning and it's not like too loud or too quiet. All right, sounds good. All right, I'll get the game started. And like I said, just if you have any kind of questions about like the game or the channel or word girl, just feel free to pipe up. I actually did do like a recording of my very first playthrough of chapter 3 and 4, the regular route, when they came out. But I didn't end up doing anything with it because like it wasn't like I didn't really talk a whole lot. I didn't I didn't really talk a whole lot. It wasn't super entertaining. And like I want to do some kind of Deltarune video soon, but I haven't really settled on which. I think what I'm leaning toward most at the moment is videos trying to analyze the character of Des and like what she was like and how that could affect the story, especially if she does end up being the knight. I have some ideas in mind for what that would look like. Yeah, yeah, like I said, next video could be the Deltarune thing, could be like a couple other ideas I had in mind were a video looking back on the Spamton sweepstakes and just like trying to like piecing together, like just basically explaining like what all the stuff it was hinting to in chapters 3 and 4 was. I actually tried starting a script for that, but it just like wasn't really, it just felt really dry and kind of boring. So I'm thinking about kind of doing something similar where it's like discussing where it's discussing specifically the stuff from the Spamton sweepstakes that hasn't been entirely answered or solved yet, but I'm still not 100% confident. A couple other video ideas I had, I actually like teased in the at the end of the Miss Power video, the thing I said about Orange Power Rangers and talking about how much I hate Feraligatr. They weren't like just jokes. I'm actually like thinking about doing a video explaining like the history of Orange Power Rangers, because I think that's like surprisingly interesting, like how they like it's like a history of like them being Orange Rangers that are kind of like teased and kind of like technically canon, but they don't really count up until Cosmic Fury. And then the Feraligatr thing was it was more so about like reviewing like all the Pokemon Mega Evolution designs, just because it was just after Legend ZA came out that I first came up with the idea. I just thought that'd be kind of fun to look back on the Mega Evolutions, and it'd give me an excuse to complain about how much I hate Feraligatr, because I legitimately like do not like Feraligatr. It's one of my least favorite Pokemon. It's like it's just like it's such a boring design. Like I can kind of appreciate Totodile for being kind of cute and Croconaw for being kind of goofy, but like Feraligatr is like trying to be cool, but it's just not really succeeding at being cool, and it's just a very like it doesn't really I don't usually use the term sauce, but it just doesn't have any sauce to it, in my opinion. It's like, and it's like the only starter Pokemon that I legitimately dislike like that, because like even like because I'm not really a fan of the Charmander line, but I think it's like very overrated. But I can at least, and like little flame on the tail thing is like a kind of a cute detail, and like I can kind of get like Charizard being popular for being like a big fire dragon, even if even if it's kind of not really doing anything interesting with that concept. Don't you remember what Pokemon? You mean Feraligatr is the final evolution of Totodile, the water starter from Generation 2, Gold and Silver. It's like a big, like, crocodile alligator thing that's like walks on two legs, and I think like the thing I don't like about it is that I talked about how it's like trying to be cool and failing, but like I think the big thing is that it exists in this kind of like weird uncanny valley thing where like the way its mouth constantly hangs open and it always has its arms out wide. It's like it feels like it's in this like weird gray area between like cool and goofy, and I just don't really feel like if it was like leaning more into the cool side or more into the goofy side, I feel like it could work. But it just it's just in this like weird gray area, and I don't really think that works for it. Did I miss the side room with the points? Okay, I think this proves that I'm like very new to streaming. I was so distracted talking that I completely missed a side room. Okay. I'm still amazed that like after all like the speculation about what would happen when like Susie found out that the Dark Worlds were like not entirely real, it just we got like a huge exposition dump right at the beginning of chapter 3. It's like the first thing that happens when we boot up the paid release. I don't think I've ever noticed that Ralsei sprite before. That's kind of cute. Like this whole like montage is just like, I mean, like the exposition dump about how Dark Worlds work is one thing, but then like they play like flashback, which we previously like we had in chapter 2, but like only in like a secret weird route cutscene that like you could miss even if you're doing the weird route. And like it's still labeled as excerpts, so there's going to be like a longer version of this, and it's probably going to play during the big explanation of what's going on with of what actually happened to Des. So that's going to be a big thing. And then like Image Friend, of course, which like we still have no idea what it is. Like everyone seems to think nowadays that it's like tied to the whole like Tale of Hell thing, and it's like the reason that Des disappeared, like it kidnapped her or something. But like it's still not confirmed. Like I am not confident in any kind of explanation for what Image Friend is at this point. Like I mean like the whole like pink and gold thing, it could be something about Friend itself. It could be something about it could just be like a general motif of the Dark Worlds. Like we don't know. And of course it looks like endogeny or endogeny for I still don't know how you pronounce it, from Undertale, which is probably some kind of like significance behind that. Ooh. Okay, we all agree this song is based on Gaster's theme, right? It's like, I mean, like, I know, like, Andrew Cunningham's video said, like, it doesn't, like, match up totally with Gaster's theme, but, I mean, like, it, like, sounds almost exactly like it. It's, like, flat out, like, in, like, the main melody. But I, the one telling you this, I too am a hornhead band. Now, personally, I'm more of the theory that Ralsei doesn't really have a strict object. I saw a video by, I think it was Cammy Boy. I think it was like Cammy Boy G or Nighthawk. I think they both said something similar, like kind of arguing that Ralsei might be kind of like an imaginary friend that was brought to life through the Dark Worlds, and because he's based on like a concept, he's not tied to a physical object. So that explains some of the weird stuff about him. Though personally, I like to think he was like specifically created to resemble Asriel by like probably Gaster, but it could be someone else, specifically to appeal to Chris and or the player. Is like there's absolutely some kind of reason that he like looks so much like Asriel, and his name is an anagram for Asriel. Like, I mean, people say nowadays that like, oh, he's like a different person. He like looks different. Like Chris goes on about how different he looks, and like, yeah, but his name is flat out an anagram of Asriel. That can't just be like a coincidence. Saw a post talking about how this feels like an allegory for like making friends on the internet. And like Ralsei is like telling Susie to make some like real friends in real life, and it's hurt because like, yeah, I think that's a really neat kind of like interpretation of this. Like, I don't think it's intentional, but I think it's a cool. I just think it's cool. Don't forget. This single text box is absolutely the best possible introduction to Tenna we could have. It's like, we all thought we had Tenna figured out from the Spamton sweepstakes and like Toby like tweeting about him at one point, but like those like word art text box like instantly made us realize that we have no idea what this guy's gonna be like. Feature. Oh, no, I take it back. The best introduction to Tenna is what happens right now. Honestly, I'm surprised at just how many songs from the Spamton sweepstakes turned out to be specifically previews of Chapter 3 songs. Like, I feel like I should have realized that, but I didn't. And like, so when this song and Hall of Fame played, it just really kind of caught me off guard. Good evening to you too. Not quite evening where I am, but probably in a different time zone. Can't believe they made the plush cannon. Is that the Super Mario World spin jump sound effect? Encased in our patented mystery ball, this Dark World's one and greatest treasure, your mom. I love that I can just say that and it's literally true. A thought just occurred to me, like, what exactly are the Shadow Guys supposed to be? Like, what object or concept do the Shadow Guys represent? Like, I haven't been able to figure that out. Like, I feel like every other character from Chapter 3 you can pin down to a specific object. I have no idea what the Shadow Guys are supposed to be. Can't believe Toby Fox ripped off my like, Toby dying as a samurai joke. Audience? I guess the audience makes sense. I like the concept of... Titan Spawn, like, I can see, like, making the connection between the Shadow Guys and, like, the Titans and the Spawn, but I don't know, like, the Shadow Guys just seem too, like, nice and non-confrontational to be, like, embodiments of darkness and destruction. Like, I don't know, like, I don't know, I guess I could see that being canon, but I feel like it would just raise a whole lot more questions about them. Okay, okay, yeah, that makes sense. The embodiments of death and chaos and darkness and destruction have guns. Like, sure, that makes sense. I thought I remember just being able to, like, mash the Z button and play the sound effect over and over. Like, I don't know, maybe that's something else? I'm on the weird route, so no. Okay, yeah, this is my weird route save. Probably should have confirmed that earlier, but I'm glad I didn't screw up. Undeserved fame, wrong there. Well, more like in fame, given what happened in the last chapter. Another video I might do, this just occurred to me like yesterday, doing a video like sort of like discussing and ranking all the bosses in Deltarune. I think that could be like a fun thing. Like I don't think a lot of people make like theory videos and like story analyses, but I don't think a lot of people go on like about the gameplay. Like I think when people do gameplay, it's usually just like live playthroughs and stuff, or like mods. Good. Sure. Yes, love. Let's catch up in the green room. I love how like Ramb is like a European outlet, so they made him British. How do you beat Snowgrave Spamton? It's been a while since I've beaten him, but I think the key is like make liberal use of X/ and the fried Pippus act, and also make sure you have a decent amount of like CD bagels from the vending machine previously. What should I name Chris? I'm gonna leave that up to you. What should I have Chris put down for their name? When I played Chapter 3, both my initial playthrough and a recent replay in order to get stuff I missed, I just went with KRS, and I got thankfully I got like the standard, like I didn't get the generic line. I got like the no cursing, which I thought was funny. Let's go. I'm waiting. Hey, yeah, that works. On brand for the weird route. Yeah, that makes sense. First up, Prince from the Dark and 3-time accidental fluffiest pet contest winner, Ralsei. I'm envisioning Tenna as being like as like kind of sounded like Sam Reich from Dropout. I'm actually thinking about maybe doing some kind of sprite animation where like Tenna like turns the show into Game Changer. I think that could be funny. Like play like audio from the show over it. Hello McNoob. Only on this show because they weren't blue enough for the splurfs. Chris. Hey, they're already screaming from delight, folks. Love, huh? Everyone goes on about, like, love finds its way to the girl, but no one talks about this line. It's TV time! Wonder what that silhouette is saying. And like, imagine what Chris must be feeling. Like, a few hours ago, they were being puppeteered by this like unknowable entity, forcing them to emotionally manipulate their childhood friend and make her kill people. And now all of a sudden, they're being forced to play Undertale. Deltarune content in years. Chapter 3 and 4 came out just like six or 7 months ago. Oh yeah, did you know that you could literally like drink up all the water and get to the La Nino and El Nina fight through a different way? And I didn't notice Ralsei reacting. Like, he's like the only one like shocked about that. Earlier today, I saw a video of a Deltarune fan game. It was like it was based on the game Off, and it had you playing as Noelle to fight Chris at like the theoretical end to the Weird Route. It was pretty cool. And it used Megalo Strike Back for the boss theme, which I have been banging the drum for years that Megalo Strike Back is going to be in Deltarune as a boss theme for Chris, probably in the Weird Route. I am 100% certain about this. I'm not actually sure what happens if you fight these two. Did his health stop going down? Okay, no, he's still getting hurt. Oh wait, I have Rude Buster. I could just use that. Well, then again, it might like mess up the whole ranking thing. Huh. Yeah, like I've always felt like Megalo Strike Back has been more of a Kara thing. Like as far as I recall, the first time that attack really started, the first time that song really started taking off in the Undertale fandom was the that one like boss fight animation where Asriel fights Kara and they use Megalo Strike Back, and like I've seen like a whole bunch of Strike Back remixes that reference that reference Kara, like they put them on the cover and like the thumbnail and stuff. So I think that Megalo Strike Back is typically considered more of a Kara thing, and so I think it makes sense to use it as a theme for Chris, who like isn't like literally Kara, but I think it's fair to say that they're like the equivalent of Kara, like the other dimensional counterpart of them, like of them, and Frisk too probably, but mainly Kara. Won't look up us to fight sometimes. I'm too busy fighting them too. Oh, sorry, Ralsei. Favorite Word Guild character so far? It might be kind of a weird answer, but I think I honestly would have to say Johnson. Like, we haven't seen much of him, but he's like he's like really like endearing, really really funny. And like in season 5, there's an episode in season 5 that has a lot of him, and it honestly might be one of my favorite episodes of the series. Mainly because Johnson, but also like TJ and Toby are really good in it too. How I liked last season? I thought it was pretty good. I think the show has generally, like, I'd say the show has generally been pretty consistent in quality. Like, some episodes have been duds, but overall I haven't had a bad time with any given season. Favorite song out of the soundtrack? I think I'd have to say like Need a Hand from Chapter 4. I really liked like the triumphant reprise ease. It sounds really cool. I actually have a theory that Need a Hand is gonna pop up in Chapter 7 or something. When like Susie gets like a big second wind. Alternatively, I think like Heavy Footsteps, also from Chapter 4. I know like probably a bit of an unpopular opinion, but I always thought it sounded really, really cool. I think it works really well in the setting, like the lead up to like this climactic boss. Oh. Smart Race is pretty good too. 999. Everyone in Hometown is dead. I don't think I've ever seen that La Nino sprite. Like his big like grinning face is kind of it reminds me of that one like Birdly sprite where his like head is like kind of like compressed in the dialogue box. Pretty sure I did that. Fahrenheit or Celsius? I don't think it matters. Oh, that was like worse than I thought. Bye-bye. Oh, didn't quite hit the TP. I wish we were able to get the yogurt as a healing item. I'd, see ya. See ya, Specs crawls. Yeah, I wonder who did that. That's kind of a real jerk. At least dead trees feel thematically appropriate. Oh, hi, Lancer. Oh, I would love to see a full Let's Play by Susie. Yeah, honestly, I'm becoming a bit more convinced that the Shadow guys are Titan Spawn. Honestly, I kind of want to get the answers wrong on purpose to mess with Tenna, but I really need to get S rank. Okay, I was worried for a second I got the wrong. Wait, no, I think I screwed up my points. Okay, that was maybe not the best decision. I mean, 8 out of 9 isn't bad. I kinda wish I could make, like, Chris, like, kiss the cactus. I wonder what would happen if I did that. Okay, I didn't turn to make Mini Chris look at the camera. Chris did that themselves. No! Yeah, this is what inspired that bit at the beginning of my, at the beginning of the Season 4 video. We can collect more coins than you, Susie. Oh. Oh, oh. Yeah. I really hope I get S rank. I do not want to have to... I don't want to have to go through this again. Like, isn't there like a vendor I can talk to like pay my way into the S rank room? If we could just do that. Jeez, you're right about the smiles. Like, these guys just like no attention, no special attention is brought to them outside of their fights or anything. Like, what is the deal with these guys? The plush, buy 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 the favorite what specials? I don't remember ever seeing this line. Yeah, think nothing of it. I love how canonically this whole thing is like a ROM hack that Tenna created. I legitimately cannot remember. Urgh. Hello, Nexus. One of these days I'm gonna look up what happens if you select Purple Dragon. That is it. That has to get some kind of reaction from Susie, right? Susie. Susie, there's a pot over here. Susie. Hello, professional cat person. We're still pretty early on. We're still in the first board. We're in the first, like, fourth or so of chapter 3. We're still nowhere near the actual rear group changes. Susie. Susie, pick up the pot. Susie, pick up the pot. Susie, pick up the pot. Susie! 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 Oh yeah, the weeds. I forgot the weeds. Hi, Lancer. Turned on no clip. Five keys in total. Like, I think at this point I'm really gonna need to get all 5 all the bonus points from getting all 5 keys in order to get S rank. Buddy gamer like Birdly. I don't think I've seen that. I don't think I've seen that dialogue. I do know that there's like 1 or 2 extra lines from the Sword Root boss, like right before you fight it. But yeah, aside from like a few like minor dialogue changes, Chapter 3 is like functionally exactly the same on a weird route. Something something Scuttlebug Jamboree. Uh-oh. Okay, I'll be honest, I did that on purpose just to see if I could. I did not realize that he'd just, like get KO'd in one hit. A lot of damage. Or don't remember where it is. Oh yeah, you have to buy it. Oh yeah, I remember hearing that too. Ralsei not liking the idea of going with Noelle. Enter to enter. Why is there a cooking show instead of pyramid? Lucy's apron is blank, so she writes the whole like kiss my ass thing on it, like during the game. Huh, I never noticed that. This theme is absolutely going to be reprised at some point in this game. Fans, how did you burn the water? I don't think I've actually seen whatever video that that line came from. I saw like someone made a remix of it was like a fan theme for if Papyrus was in Spamton's role, like a Papyrus version of Big Shot, and one of the voice clips they used was that. Is this supposed to be dog food? I guess that's another point for the Chris dog theory. Oh no! Oh, oh, no, 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 no. As long as I can stay at 5 stars, I'll probably be fine. Special guest any moment now. Oh, come on. Ark! Oh, oh, no, 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 no. This... I don't think I'm getting S rank. Yeah, they certainly look happy. Wait, the writing's gone from Susie Apron again. What? Oh, wow. I guess there's a lot of leeway for S rank, which those make sense. You don't want to lock people out of the Shadow Mantle because they like took a few turns too long on a fight. Thoughts on Curdly? I think it's kind of funny. Like it's not something I've ever like gone out of my way to look for, but like sometimes I'll see Curdly art when I'm like browsing the Deltarune tag on Tumblr, and like it's usually pretty decent, pretty entertaining. It's not really something I'm like that invested in though. Like when it comes to like ships involving Chris, I I think Cruzy is neat, although like I actually kind of like Cruzy more as like an unrequited thing. Like well actually like I think a better way of I think a better thing is that I like Chris and Susie being like friends that are like so close and so affectionate that people mistake them for being romantic, which is kind of like a joke that they did a few times in chapter 4. Chris and Ralsei, it's not... Chris and Ralsei isn't something that, like, makes me upset, but the whole, like, resemblance to Asriel thing makes me, like, a little bit uncomfortable, although, like, the whole, like, stuff in Chapter 4 about, like, Ralsei needing to, like, come up with his own identity, makes it a little better to me. Actually, like, my favorite ship with Chris is actually Chris and Caddy. Caddy with an I, of course. I don't know, like, they have, like, a bit of a past together. I think the whole, like, performing, like, eldritch rituals for a date is a cute idea. I don't know, I think there's some potential there. Though I think part of the reason I like it is because it's, like, not really that popular. Sometimes I tend to gravitate towards stuff that's, like, not that popular as a sort of, like, unconscious hipster thing, I suppose. Like, Craddy is, like, in my experience, it's not super uncommon. I've seen, like, quite a few, like, posts on Tumblr, and there's, like, a subreddit for it. It's, like, it's not super rare, but it's, less common than it's less common than shipping Chris with like any of the other main characters or Birdly. Oh, it was a really fluid head turn for Ramb. I think, like, Caddy is a character that I actually really want to see more of. Like, I think there's a lot of potential for her to appear in, like, Chapter 5, like, going into a dark world and, like, trying to, like, do something to keep Susie away from Noelle, given that her like, one of her big things is, like, hating Susie and, like, liking Noelle and thinking Noelle is, well, needs to be protected from Susie. Shipping Noelle and Caddy is actually one of those ships that I really like as an unrequited thing. Like, I think there's a lot of potential for stories where like Caddy is with where like Caddy wants to be with Noelle and like has to grapple with the jealousy. I've seen like a couple fics like that. Want to sort of be able to figure out their own struggles before they start venturing into romantic relationships. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, with Ralsei, I mean, I think like Ralsei and Susie is actually kind of a cute ship. Like, I mean, like, I like Suzelle better, obviously, like Susie and Noelle, but I mean, like, I think Susie and Ralsei is still pretty cute. I actually found like a comic recently where like Ralsei is taking Noelle to see like Ralsei takes Noelle to see the love finds its way to the girl prophecy to sort of like assure her that things will go well with Susie, and then Ralsei like breaks down crying because like he likes Susie, and I don't know, the whole like I said, the whole unrequited love thing, I think it's something that can work really well in the right circumstances. Skip on ahead to the sword route. Wish you could pick up that star and use it as an item. Cruzelli, that's Chris, Susie, and Noelle, right? And Ador, I'm not sure what Ador is. Is it like Carol and Asgore, or like uh, I'm sorry, those like ship terms aren't there. I don't recall seeing those ship terms before, so you'll probably have to just explain it just to make sure I'm not getting ships wrong. Yeah, like I found this manhole thing when I played Chapter 3 for the first time. I spent like 5 minutes trying to figure out something to make it open, and then like I found out like a few days later that it's actually just like a shortcut if you get Z rank. So like, given that I achieved S rank, it was literally impossible for me to do anything with it. Chris's eyes must be killing them with how bright that screen was. Okay, Carol, Rudy, Asgore. That I guess that makes sense. I think Rudy and Asgore works. Carol and Asgore, it's like, for that one, like, I get it. It's like, I don't really think I'd ship it myself. I don't know, I think, like, Carol's one of those characters that, like, we both know so little about her, and, like, what little we do know, makes it clear there's a lot going on that, I guess, like, I wouldn't be 100% confident in picking a ship for her that I really like. Gonna, change some settings real quick. Okay, yeah, I just wanted, I thought the, little bat character was kind of like a, not, like, responding to enough of my, uh, to enough of my words, so, just wanted to make it a little more active. Buddy. Oh, that's interesting. Like, if you don't have the sword yet, the monsters literally, like, they can't hurt you. That's interesting. Hmm. Don't remember where the cave is. Cactuses can still hurt you. Time to die. Hello, Metal Wolf. Oh. Like, I think this song, Sword, is, like, I never really thought much about it before, but I think it might be, one of my favorites on the soundtrack. It does a really good job at sounding like a classic Zelda-style song, and I think it contrasts pretty well with, the whole idea of, like, killing the monsters for no reason, because, I mean, if this was a Zelda game, like, you'd just be, like, whole idea of killing the creatures without cause, yeah, in a Zelda game, you wouldn't think twice about, like, killing Octoroks or something. There's a theory I've seen, I think it's called Roots theory, where it's basically, claiming that the whole, like, sword root minigames are, basically, like, the whole thing is an allegory for the weird root, and basically it's trying to argue that the third, the manhole dungeon, the third sword root game, is a foreshadowing for what's going to happen in chapter 5 or something. Like personally, I'm not really of that opinion myself. Personally, I think that chapter 1 sword root is just kind of introducing you to the concept and also, like, alluding to Undertale's genocide root through, like, the flowers and the fish and stuff like that. Chapter the second sword root is very obviously, like, alluding to the weird root, to the point where it's pretty clear that was, like, if this game had, like, released all at once like Toby originally intended, that would have been the initial, like, trailhead for the weird root. Like, personally, I'm actually of the opinion that the third board is actually, like, a reference to, like, what happened with Chris and Des in the past. It's like you're going into the bunker, this whole, like dark place, and, like, there's that whole thing with like the black deer that becomes like the black monster that mirrors Chris's movements, and then like Chris takes control to kill it themselves when it approaches them. And like I think that that's like supposed to be an allegory for like what happened with. I think that's supposed to be an allegory for what happened between Chris and Des, because it's pretty clear that Chris had something to do with what made Des disappear. So I think that Horde 3 of the Sword Root is trying to show us like that, like Chris and Des went into the bunker, they encountered some stuff, and then something happened. Like Chris, like they hurt Des on accident, or they like escaped and like locked the door to keep the stuff from getting out, but like stuck Des inside somehow. Like the matching the hometown map. I don't really remember the map for either that well. So but like assuming that is the case, I suppose that does make sense. I don't know, like. Oh, by the way, I found out in my last playthrough that that when you attack, when you attack, you can attack like 2 directions with one slice if you time it. If you time the arrow keys correctly, so it's kind of like a sweeping attack. It's kind of fun. Okay, I feel like this little jingle here has to be a leitmotif for something, right? Is it Northern Light or Glacier, or is it Lost Girl? Like, I mean, maybe I'll like look into it when I get a chance. But yeah, that there's something. There has to be something about that little jingle. I don't know what. TV slop. Oh, so Tenna's dealing with AI. Huh. Alright, see ya. I actually did get a T rank for Horde 2, I think, during my most recent playthrough. So I actually did get to visit the T rank room. That. There's a mouse there. Why have I not seen any fan art of Swatch with a mohawk? I like the theory I've seen that like the reason Lancer doesn't petrify I for a long time here is because he found like a job here, so like he has like a role in the narrative of this dark world. I think that's a really neat way of both explaining a potential plot hole and fleshing out how dark worlds work. I think this is probably the most blatant example of Ralsei like doing the whole like think about Susie thing, because like he like just walks off screen and like immediately he goes like, wait, let's just stand here and think about it. Ralsei definitely like I don't know if he wants the player to watch Susie or if he's trying to tell something to Chris or both, but it's probably the most blatant example of like the whole being weird about this. Hello, Ember Ross. Things are going fine. A rebel against you and the prophecy, even though you're a rebel against the prophecy too. That's funny like that. Well, this is where the whole like Ralsei's face dialogue. I never knew where you get this dialogue. Ralsei absolutely knows about like the connection between him and Asriel. Actually, like, I came up with this theory. I don't know if I believe it, but I came up with the theory that like Asriel was the one to like create Ralsei. Like he like did something in like the Castletown to like create Ralsei, like maybe for Chris's sake, maybe as part of a plan to find Des. I don't know, like that could be a decent, like, I feel like the obvious explanation for Ralsei being weird is, I feel like the most obvious explanation for Ralsei's weirdness is him being created by Gaster, but being created by Asriel could work too. New on YouTube. Not quite. I've been making YouTube videos for a couple years now. Mainly videos on the cartoon Word Girl. Start streaming. This is my first stream. I've been doing videos for a while now, but I I haven't done a stream before. Maybe I'll do more of it in the future. I'm not entirely sure. It could be fun to do. How long until someone makes a video about like cactus theory, trying to explain how like chapter 3 just can't stop bringing up the cactus? Hi. Oh, I feel that Chris is who they would aspire to be. That's a good theory too, that I like. Personally, I would slightly modify it to, I think that Ralsei is who Chris thinks they should be. Because, like, Ralsei is, like, I don't know, like, admittedly, I came up with this idea, like, before chapters 3 and 4, so I'm not entirely sure. I haven't really thought much about how it fits with chapter 3 and 4 Ralsei, but like Ralsei is very demure, very like friendly, very helpful, and Chris has always been like kind of like a prankster, kind of like likes to annoy people, and like I could see Chris like envisioning that they think they should be like a monster to fit in with everyone else. They think they should be like nicer and like more agreeable and kind of like a doormat, kind of like Noelle. What kind of games do I play? Well, I play Deltarune, of course. Recently, the game I've been playing the most is Team Fortress 2. I've been playing TF2 for a little over 10 years now, and I'm kind of on and off with it. But I started getting back into it recently. Some other games I play, I like the Kirby series. I'd say the main broad categories that I play are Nintendo stuff, like Kirby, Mario, etc., and like indie games like Deltarune, Cave Story. This is one game that I've been really meaning to get to play more of. That called Chroma Squad. It's like a turn-based strategy game where you basically, it's kind of like a Power Rangers-esque thing, instead of like playing as the Power Rangers, you're like controlling like the actors, and like the whole strategy is in like creating an episode of the show, and you have to like hire the best actors and like direct them properly. It's a really interesting concept, and I've been meaning to get into more strategy games, but I just haven't really gotten around to it. I think strategy games and turn-based RPGs, at least most turn-based RPGs, are something where I like playing them, but I have to be in a specific mood to start playing them. Okay, I don't really play much of AAA stuff aside from occasional Nintendo stuff. I think the most recent big AAA, I don't know if AAA is the right term, but like big name release that I played is either Splatoon 3 or Kirby and the Forgotten Land. I can't remember which came last. Okay, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, I don't really, I wouldn't really consider myself like a video game streamer, at least at this point. This stream is more of like a celebration thing for hitting 1,000 subscribers, like to kind of just like talk with and answer questions, but also like play games and like let them watch and talk about the game. Bobble babble booble babble bobble babble babble boob. Bye-bye. Yeah, Vapor Buster is pretty cool. Like I remember Vapor Buster being used in one of like the previews in the Spamton sweepstakes, for like showing off like the Weather Duo and the Shadow guys, and like I was legitimately surprised that actually ended up being like a new version of Rude Buster in the game itself. I completely missed this mini game when I first played Chapter 3. I was legitimately surprised to see people like posting images from it online afterwards. Oh great, the Night Simon to Titan early. I really like this whole, like, monologue time it has. Like, I honestly feel like it kind of, like, hurts the story, like, not much, but a little bit, to have this be, like, relegated to side stuff. It's like with the Hammer of Justice fight, I feel like that's, like, a big, like, part of Susie's arc, and, like, I get why it was skippable, and, like, the arc works fine if you skip the Hammer of Justice, but it just feels, like, slightly incomplete without that. Yeah, my model, it's something I originally made it for my videos as a sort of like a sort of like a, I guess, I think rant tuber is a term they use, just to react to stuff in the shows I review. I just thought it made sense to use it as a PNG tuber thing. I actually did set up an alternate expression of them having like little eyebrows. For like a little like stern or disappointed or frustrated expression, but I didn't really set anything up to actually change the expressions. If I do more streaming stuff, that's definitely something I'll try out, like more expressions. Yeah, like the character, I initially created it as part of a video about Cave Story, so it's created for a it created with the Cave Story art style, and it's basically an attempt to create like a bat version of the rabbit characters from that game. Yeah, I actually did recently create like a new pixel art of this character in like an art style that's actually closer to Deltarune, which I think it looks really good. I'm actually considering switching to using it for like videos and streams and stuff. But I'd probably have to wait until I produce like more expressions, and because it's like a larger sprite and a bit of a more intricate art style, that'd probably take a bit more time. So it probably wouldn't happen immediately, but I don't know, it might happen like at some point this year for all I know. I kind of wish I didn't miss this when I first played it. I probably would have broken out laughing seeing that Spamton. Stop. Honestly, like, I might end up doing more streaming, like, if this, like, especially if this stream, if I feel like this stream is decently entertaining for people, it might be, I might consider doing more streaming, like, I don't know, maybe do some, like, just purely video game streams on Twitch or something. Because this is mainly a stream meant as like a celebration for my YouTube audience, but I don't know, Twitch streams could work for like more video game focused stuff. Good thing the rank here is completely irrelevant to me. honestly, like, I feel like having like multiple expressions and swapping between them. I feel like it would probably be like difficult to like manage and pull off, but it could be really fun too. I don't know, that's probably something I'd do if I did do the more like dedicated streaming stuff. I'm gonna step away for a few minutes. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Yeah, so Ember Ross, I'm not currently looking to get like that intricate a stream setup, but I might be interested in like looking at stuff you've done for examples. Yeah, I'll message you on Discord if I get a chance. Yeah, BRB screen, like the whole like just a moment screen, is that like not, I kind of thought like that would count as a BRB stream, but I'm not super familiar with how streaming stuff works, so yeah, I kind of just slapped stuff together since this wasn't really supposed to be like a super intricate stream. Yeah, like I actually don't really watch streams that often myself. I tend to more so watch like highlight videos on YouTube. I don't know, usually I follow a lot of people on Twitch and I follow people who stream on YouTube, but a lot of the time when they go live, I'm almost always just already in the middle of something, so I'll go like, I might check it out later, and then I just forget, or it takes too long and they're already done. Actually, like just yesterday, I was going to put on just yesterday I was going to put on Rin Penrose streaming Scribblenauts Unlimited, but limited while I was like working on stuff at work, but by the time I got to that point, the stream had already ended. Moment. Hey, around a little more and then we can move on. Okay, okay, alright, see ya. Boom, 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 boom. I love all the like little puns that the vending machines have, like sell, buy. The tough thing about streaming for the very first time is that I'm not exactly used to talking so much so frequently, so my throat is a little bit sore. Thankfully, I do have some water on hand. Alright, down to 492. Didn't think I was spending that much. I did have to spend 500 to get to Susie Zola, I guess that makes sense. Alright, game 2. I remember, like, before Chapter 3 and 4 came out, I replayed Chapters 1 and 2, mainly because I wanted to get like the eggs and other stuff I missed. And I played I got to the K round fight, the one at the big checkerboard, and I realized, and so if you hit check against K round, it'll say it's not that check, that's chess, not checkers. And then the next turn, check will have turned to checkers. And then if you hit checkers, it'll say that's better. Like, I made a Tumblr post saying, like, I feel like every time I replay the game, I will notice, like, some kind of joke I didn't before. Oh, so you want me to just let you on fire? I feel like this whole elaborate scenario would actually fit in an episode of Game Changer. I mean, like, you have, like, the host, there's, like, the 3 contestants, and, like a bizarre... and, like, bizarre challenges that are, like, different for each episode. This TV time is literally just Game Changer. Like, why have I not seen more, like YouTube animatics that give Tenna the voice of Sam Reich? Get ready for a Game Changer! Dakota Island is absolutely a reference to something, I just don't know what. And to remind myself of what these big, important things to photograph are. Someone who's good at digging. Type of camera, I guess that makes sense. I think my initial assumption is that it was a reference to some obscure Japanese game, just because I feel like that's kind of like an easy assumption with Toby Fox. Yeah, Kodak, that makes a lot of sense, actually. And it's a weird route. Why can't I make Susie wear the ribbon? Or Fralse, at least. Fine, I shall hop on this sword. It's actually a nice ribbon. I like the color. I'm not sure how common knowledge this is, but in the files of the game, it'll actually like save your, I think, your most recent photograph, like in the Deltarune files under the name vacationmemories.png. I actually discovered the photo from my previous playthrough when I was going through the files recently. Can't move anymore. Even when I'm playing a different game, I'm vulnerable to cutscenes. Not it. Okay, yeah. Dang it. Or else he has to just sit there all alone. No other bridges to comfort him. Prince alone in deepest water. They already have the whole, like, darkness equals water thing. What would be funnier to make Susie wear, the ribbon or the deodorant? Like, I usually go for the deodorant. I'm gonna go for deodorant before Ralsei takes it. See you looking at me, Ralsei. She is right now. When I was younger, I had like a Roblox account that called the name was like based on, it was like something dice, and so like I think like purely because I accidentally hit the Windows button. Okay, there. So anyway, I had a, okay, is this line foreshadowing? Are we going to take over Susie at some point? Okay, anyway, I had a Roblox account called, like, something dice, and, I think it was just something I came up at random when I was trying to think of a account name. But, like, purely because of that, I just became, like, really, like, enamored, I guess, with, like, dice as a concept. So just, I don't know, like, when I was trying to come up with this little character, I actually considered coming up with a way to, like, fit, like, dice into the design somehow. Ultimately, didn't really come up with anything, but I don't know, maybe if I, like, redesigned the character, I could give them, like, a little, like, dice necklace or something. Maybe on the weird route, but I'm still not gonna rob Ralsei of his one chance to be in control. Thank you for beating me to it, Susie. You picked the flower garden. You made the correct choice. That's the first grand photo? Huh. Oh, I didn't think that would destroy it. That's a shame. I wanted to interact with it as Chris later. Yeah, this is a really cute moment. And it also is like I especially like Ralsei, like the whole like him like the whole like really fits well into the themes of control and stuff. Hold on a second. Yeah, like giving Ralsei the chance to like be in the driver's seat, because like kind of like been willingly making himself like the lackey, the stooge to Chris and Susie, but like and like Susie, like she insists that Ralsei have a chance to be. Oh, Moss. I forgot what I was saying. Something about Ralsei and Susie and themes of control. Prepare to die, die. No, the build it. Are the Pippins actually capable of hitting 6? Like, what happens when a Pippins hits 6, or I guess 5 for that matter? Like, what happens to like the center for the 5 and the? I guess like 6 has to be something special, right? Now maybe I'll look it up on the wiki later. Ralsei's so happy he just beat someone up. Ooh. See, violence does solve all your problems. Oh, I forgot that does that. Yeah, I'll leave the block behind. I bought the block twice before. I can do something different this time. I really like the whole, like, photographing them to see what their real-life object is. It's a really, cute detail. I should have done a photograph of Lancer. Wait, hold on a second. Okay, so Rules does not revert to his Light World object? I feel like there's some kind of lore significance to that, but I feel like attempting to read lore significance into anything relating to Rules is just setting yourself up to be mocked later. Pretty sure the key is a scam. Let's come back later if I need it. You have a point. It might only work on the Pippins, actually. And I'll keep an eye out for anyone. Okay, yeah, I guess it's only the Pippins that do that. I don't know why only the Pippins, but... Think something new? Oh, yeah, yeah. The final photo is here. I was like very like surprised and pleased to find this whole secret area when I played this chapter last. This is a weird route, also. Get used to it. Alright, fully stocked on photos. I know where I'm going. I'll stop by here first. Like, they hid, like, the little holes behind the photos. I don't know what's in... It's, like, literally just one pixel you hide. I like how the little tired indicator it gives you also gives you like a bit of a heads up that you're about to KO the enemy, because I think that comes in really handy in Chapter 3, because if you're KOing the enemy a bit too fast and you want to get the TP bonus, you can just hold off on attacking and like defend a couple times before your next attack. Yeah, I think it's fair to say the act playstyle is just like objectively more intricate and interesting than just fighting. Yeah, this like playing like the same timing minigame over and over is not nearly as fun as Shudda's like little like photography challenges. Oh. Bye-bye. Nice to see you too. Making me think of the whole like binoculars in the egg room now. Wait, I'm right here. Why can't I just get into the stadium from the raft? Let me in! Lying. Oh, so there is something here. What happens if I do that a second time? Would it be worth it to loop all around and find the Tropic of Love before I move on? Red flower that made me mad. It'd be a cool idea. I feel like it wouldn't necessarily, like, fit the story super well. I don't know, like, my instinct is that, like, they'd probably be focusing more... Oh, I didn't mean to... Okay, well, so much for the Tropic of Love. Yeah, like, I do think it's, like, strange that the flowers in Asgore's shop, like, instead of a red one, there's, like, a golden one, which, I mean, of course, Undertale reference, but, like, it feels weird that there isn't a red one. Yeah, like, I posted about this on Tumblr not too long ago, but I saw a theory, it was related to the roots theory that I talked about earlier, and, basically it argued that the Chapter 5 Dark World, might not just be like a flower thing or a greenhouse or anything, but it could be like a monochrome recreation of Hometown created from Asgore's like documents and stuff from his attempts to solve Dessa's disappearance. And so so I kind of expanded on that in my post to say, oh, what if like all like the Darkners are sort of like simple, like kind of like inferior, well, not inferior, like like single-minded, I guess, copies of the people that are based specifically on the moments that were depicted in whatever photos they were birthed from. Like the photo of a Asgore, Toriel, and Rudy at that wedding. They could create like a Toriel who's still in love with Asgore and a Rudy who's like happy and healthy, but they're not, but there's like nothing to them beyond that. And then like if there's like a fake Des, that could be like a really cool way of getting a little more information about her. And yeah, I just think like the whole like the guy called it New Hometown, and like personally I didn't really subscribe to everything they said in the video, but I think like the recreation of Hometown thing is a really cool idea that can make for some really good character moments. And like I envision that like Asgore's like flowering supplies could turn into like proper like original Darkners. Like I imagine the flowers turning into like sort of like knights or sentinels that are like, or custodians that are tasked with keeping this Hometown copy exactly as it is. openly reveal what red actually is. Personally, I'm actually of the theory that like red doesn't have a specific like attribute to it. Like I'm of the opinion that like the whole like personalities that we get from ball game, like orange bravery, blue integrity, etc. I actually think that they're not like inherent to like the colors of the soul. I think the ball game was more so trying to show us specifically the personalities of the humans that fell underground. It's like the human with the orange soul that fell underground was a particularly brave individual, like bravery was their defining attribute, but I don't think every human with an orange soul is notably brave. Yeah, I do think I will say if they do like the flowers turn into dark nurse thing, I do think that they would probably embody those personality traits just because like it makes sense. Is that the friend laugh? Were they just playing the image friend laugh sound effect? Am I the only one who heard that? Yeah, no meaning other than to correlate with the fallen humans. That's what I believe. I think the whole like assigning the personality traits to the colors, I think it's kind of like overcomplicating like the metaphysics and I, yeah, I don't know. I just yeah, I've seen people create like whole magic systems. Like Orange Soul gives you like special magic, and like Blue Soul gets their own special magic. And I feel like it's missing the forest for the trees because ultimately what the ball game was intended to tell us was it was like even if we assume that the colors are like that the traits are inherent to the colors for all humans. The point of the ball game was to describe the personalities of the fallen humans, and I think like that's the most important part. And I mean, like it's not like people don't like it's not like people don't remember that. I mean, like pretty much every depiction of like original versions of the fallen humans uses those traits as a baseline. I just feel like people are kind of like taking it to a bit of are kind of like extrapolating from it a bit too much. Yeah, like Asgore's ideal world frozen in memories. Yeah, that's kind of like part of what I intended. I said in my Tumblr post that it could be like his like perfect his like a perfect world that he wants to go back to. Is that's like kind of a recurring thing, wanting to preserve the past or go back to the past. Like Tenna and Carol are pretty big examples of that theme. Image Friend's sound effect reduces a generic sound in Undertale from Muffet and a few other monsters. I remember the laugh you're talking about. I'm pretty sure that'd be. I'm pretty sure Muffet's laugh was like the same sound effect that was used to create smile.ogg. I'd have to look into it. Like, you know, like maybe that's right. My instinct says that like they're different. That like the friend laugh is different from the smile laugh, but I could be wrong. I'd have to look into that later. Oh, like Ralsei's pose. Ah, yes, the line that made every Deltarune fan double take. I love how like all after all like the like vague hints about December up to this point, Tenna just like offhandedly mentions her and is just kind of brushed off. So how long until we see like I need to see more art shipping Des with Brady. That has to happen at this point. I have no idea how I have not seen that before. Does he know? I'm wondering how like different Deltarune itself would have been if it hadn't been released. If it okay. Okay, I don't think I can talk while doing this. I'm sorry. Let's knock him dead into the night. Follow me into the dark with your heart as the arc which will shine you the way. Because I'm with you in the dark with your heart as my mark which shall find you the way through the waves. Follow me into the dark with your heart as the arc which shall shine you the way. Because I'm with you in the dark with your heart as my mark which will guide you the way through the waves. Honestly, I'm terrible at like Guitar Hero-esque rhythm games. I really like Crypt of the Necrodancer, but I still haven't bought Rift of the Necrodancer yet because like it has like the line system, and like I don't know why, but I just like it's like so hard for me to like get the buttons like timed correctly. It just doesn't work for me. Like I tried Friday Night Funkin' like twice, and like I couldn't. Like, I gave up after, like, the second level or something. So anyway, if Deltarune had released all at once, I feel like the game itself would probably be fairly different. Like for one, just because, like, I don't think Toby is, like, overhauling stuff in response to fan opinion, but I do think there's, like, some influence there. Like, I'm pretty sure the mic thing would have been like a lot different because like the mics are pretty clearly homaging fan theories, and so I'm curious to see like how Mike would have been different if and yeah, I'm curious to see how Mike would have been different if Toby didn't have those theories to go off of. And like, of course, like, there's some Easter eggs, like, I think, like, unused, and like, the 1225, Gumball Machine Easter egg, I feel like those wouldn't be in the game, because it seems to me like those are specifically, like, sort of, like, foreshadowing or hints towards what happened to Des. And, like, I don't think those hints would be needed if, like, the game released all at once and we like only had to like play more of the game to figure out what happened. I like how Tenna's more upset about them skipping out on his show than them wanting to get rid of the thing that brought him to life. I'm sure it's going to be a great show that we're not just going to, and it's not going to just going to completely fall to hell. Worm. It's me, or is it emptier in here? Double ribbon power. Hearing that, like, pink ribbon was nerfed somehow, like it gives you less TP when you use it. I'm gonna look that up real quick. Like, definitely one of the ribbon. Okay, it gives you 20% less TP. Yeah, I don't really think that's worth it. Sorry, pink ribbon. Wait, so Ralsei has the pink scarf. So if Ralsei had the pink scarf, you could give him the... Oh wait, no, you can use pink and white into the twin ribbon, so you could get, like, trans flag colors anyway on them. Okay, never mind. Okay, see you later, cat person. Yeah, I'm not really sure how long this stream is going to go. I'm definitely going to finish chapter 3 at least. Whether I do chapter 4 or save that for maybe like a future, another stream in a few days or something, I guess that depends on how long it will have been at that point. I had to get rid of the dice brace, but no to more damage. For defense, I mean. I got a little treat for myself. Ball machine. The blue ribbon. I just realized, like, I have the puppet scarf, so, Ralsei isn't exactly going to be doing much healing. Yeah, like the whole the progression of the whole death stuff is interesting. Like I remember like in the chapter 2 era, like you'd sometimes see see people saying that they think Death is the knight, but it wasn't super common. I think like Chris Knight was the big thing at the time because I mean they make a dark fountain on screen. I think Papyrus Knight was a bigger thing at the time. I think nowadays Papyrus Knight is kind of ironic, but at the time, people were like more into it genuinely because they, because like Papyrus like wasn't showing up and he was presented very mysteriously. I was actually like for like the last few months before Chapter 3 released, I was like actually like really big on a Mayor Knight. Right? I just thought it would make sense for the story. But then I actually changed my mind after chapters 3 and 4 came out, despite them like leaning more into the theory, because it felt like they were leaning so much into Mayor Knight that it honestly felt more like a fake out, a red herring. Like yeah, Stuffed Alpaca in their video about gender and Deltarune talked about how people were saying that Death Knight could be a red herring, but Stuffed Alpaca said that if there is a red herring, it's Carol, because like she's depicted as very clearly sinister and she has like multiple katanas. If there's anyone that the game is screaming at you is the knight, who's going to turn out to not be the knight, it's Carol. Like, Alvin, yeah, like, Alvin was definitely another candidate that I remember seeing, like, I don't think Alvin was super common as a candidate, and, like, I never really bought into it because it just, mainly because of the whole, like, no dialogue portrait or sound, or, like, voice blip thing. It just felt like it felt, in my opinion, it wouldn't have like, it would have felt kind of forced for him to like suddenly have like a dialogue portrait and stuff if he did become more important later. But yeah, I do remember that Alvin was pretty big at the time, and like Alvin is definitely involved in things somehow, because there's a whole thing like him keeping Gerson's body in a drawer, and like maybe that was part of the plan, the conspiracy's plan. But like he most likely, he's the most likely person to hold like the Deltarune shelter code. Yeah, like I remember like Andrew Cunningham kind of like offhandedly suggested at one point that maybe Alvin was kidnapped off screen during chapter 4, which I could see happening, but I feel like there would have been like at least some kind of even like super subtle hint if that was the case. Like I said earlier, I did do a recording of myself playing chapters 3 and 4 when they initially came out, and uh, they weren't really like super entertaining, so I didn't really like upload them as a let's play or anything. But another thing is that I hadn't put much care into like the audio, so like the game audio and my microphone were pretty much the same volume, so like it didn't like sound bad, but it was hard to hear my voice like when the game was louder. So even if it was definitely like entertaining, that even if the recording was really entertaining, it probably wouldn't have worked out. Yeah, Azrael Knight. Yeah, I haven't seen like Matt Pat's like chapter 1 era Deltarune videos. Like I saw I saw Matt Pat's like pre-retirement video, like the one where he says like the player is the angel. I haven't seen any of his other Deltarune videos. Yeah, like I'm not really a fan of Azrael Knight. Like it just I I don't like how like you're like taking like I think like a big thing like this is part of like I don't really like Papyrus Knight that much because is because like I feel like Toby would want his like the original characters to be the focus in this game. Like I don't think Toby would want like the final boss of the previous game to be the final boss again. And, like, of course, like, Undertale characters are becoming a little more important with chapters 3 and 4. Like, Undyne is the damsel in distress now, and they're setting up that something is going on with Asgore. But yeah, I don't think it'd go so far as to reveal that like the main antagonist was like secretly like not just an Undertale character, but the same guy who is the main antagonist in Undertale. Just like, not to mention that it feels like really like overly conspiratorial the way people go on about how the way people have to justify him like not actually being at college. It's like I like how that whole theory that Ralsei was created from Asriel's dust and like Chris killed him in the past or something. It just it feels like it's like this desire to turn like everything into some kind of elaborate conspiracy when like yeah. Yeah, like most likely candidate that's not a holiday. I guess that's a fair conclusion, but I mean I don't really I don't think that doesn't say much good about the theory in my opinion, given that like the knight literally has antlers. Like why would Toby give the knight antlers if they weren't going to actually have antlers outside of the armor? Gone away is the bluebird. Is it like the same directions for this maze every time, or is it randomized? I don't know. So I like this is like a little. I like this as like a twist on the Lost Woods style maze. Crud. It's like you're not just like wandering. You don't have to like find the clue. You don't have to like find some kind of hidden clue, and you don't have to like go by trial and error. Or you, it's just yeah. You just have to figure out what like the white cloak wants you to do. It's been a while since we've brought up any kind of like word girl or I guess stuff or stuff related to other videos. Is there anyone here who's seen my word girl videos? Do you have any like questions about like the videos or the show? Like I am good with just playing Deltarune. This is a pretty fun, but but I just, if someone did want to talk about stuff relating to the main stuff on my channel, I'd be happy to talk about that too. Something so disconcerting about like the Mantle game, Legend of Tenna, has been using exclusively all capital text, and then all of a sudden we have this like weird new guy who only uses lowercase. Oh well, I'm glad to hear you came from the Cave Story video at least. You can ask questions about Cave Story too if you'd like. Like this stream was meant to be like a sort of celebration of 1,000 subscribers, so I'm happy to field questions about like not just Word Girl but other stuff I've talked about, like Cave Story and Power Rangers are the main other things. Yeah, I am glad that you watched the Cave Story video. I put a lot of work into that. It's a video I'm pretty proud of, but yeah, like the Word Girl stuff just seems to get more views. I guess where the Word Girl fandom is like decently big and like a little bit starved for content. I guess like the Cave Story fandom is like not as I don't think they have more content, but they're like less desperate for content, I guess. I think that's kind of like a I don't want to sound insulting to the Word Girl fandom. I do understand wanting more content. It's just I don't know. I forgot about the racing game you can play here. Ah, no. Only do that in like the first lobby. Whatever. Big deal. I love this joke. Bean. This is like the most blatant foreshadowing I've ever seen in my entire life. I think it's understandable the Cave Story doesn't have that big a fandom. It was like one game that came out like 20 years ago, and like it was very important to like the indie game scene, but like as a game itself, it's like it's not like it's not the most obviously impressive, I guess. Like it doesn't really have like the main reason someone would like buy into it, I guess, is like it's like history as a prominent thing in the indie space. Uh, but like Undertale has Undertale and Deltarune, like they're funny. They have like the cool like fourth wall stuff. I guess like the thing with Cave Story is that it doesn't really have like that like a big like hook, a big like notable hook like other like popular indie games have, I suppose. Yeah, I'm glad people do still make, do still like it, do still make content for it. The artist who did my avatar and like the banner art for me, Ellipsis, they still do Cave Story stuff. They more so do like stuff with their OCs nowadays, but they still do put out some Cave Story stuff, and that's really good. I love this parental lock bit, like the perfect way to incorporate like the theme into the gameplay. Okay, I was hoping to do the thing without told me to do the thing without playing the game. I thought I could get some extra dialogue, but I legitimately do not remember what the code is. Too bad. I thought there was a 4 and there was a 3. Does this play out different? This has to play out differently if you're not doing sword route, right? Because like they draw attention to the fact that Chris has the controller and they have like the sword in the game. So how do they get that if it's not? How do they get that if you're not doing sword route and you haven't gotten any of that stuff? Nice little sound effect. Pew pew pew. I think that's a good way of describing Cave Story. Like blending like elements together and like doing them well, but not doing any of them exceptionally well. Okay, Suze's controller. That makes sense. I got this thing. I want to say stay on task because it would fit the weird route, and it would lead to dialogue I haven't seen, but I want to make sure I don't accidentally miss like the whole like I'll say not wanting you to go to the festival with Noel thing. Moment. I'll just, yeah. Okay, I don't think that'll, yeah, it's not going to replace the festival dialogue. I don't know if that Cave Story Undertale parallel was intentional. It feels like it feels loose enough that it could be a coincidence, but it's still interesting regardless. That never actually occurred to me. Nice catch. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I already know my solution. Open that door on her own or something? Yeah, that's subconscious influencing, that makes sense. Yeah, that's happened with me before with certain stuff certain stories I'm writing. I can't really think of any specific examples right now. Oh, though. I remember during my most recent playthrough of this, it took me embarrassingly long to remember that I could just like attack the door and I didn't have to worry about the key. Happy cheery number. I hope it doesn't cause us any trauma later. It's supposed to be a Frozen reference, but I feel like it's more likely alluding to something like mysterious and creepy about Chris, but like saying like the cold never bothered them. I mean, like, come on. Okay, am I the only one who thinks that Toriel's Dark World attire is what she wore is like almost identical to what she would have worn in Undertale when she was the queen before she left for the ruins? Because I mean, it's literally royal attire, and like the regular attire in Undertale is like very different. But I mean, like, would you be wearing royal robes after you've like left the throne behind and are trying to live out a peaceful life, like literally as physically far from the royal life as you can be? And also the fact that Undyne's Dark World outfit is literally just her like royal guard armor in armor with like slightly higher saturation. Yeah, I've heard the snow thing too. I think it's probably like a sort of like a double reference. Uh, like dun 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 dun. I think it's kind of like I think it's meant to like allude to like December or at least the holidays in general, but the whole like TV snow thing is a sort of like a convenient little double entendre, I suppose. I think yeah, this is kind of like a really like neat setting the more I think about it. Still haven't really pieced together what exactly the Knight's plan is here. Like, I'm of the theory that the whole thing was like an elaborate plan to like lure Undyne to the house so that the Knight could capture her. Because like it makes the most sense given that the Knight immediately pivots to taking her, and like they like very like they're supposedly trying to kidnap Toriel, but they literally just like stand there and use like a sort of like vague tractor beam power, but Toriel never actually moves, so it's like the Knight is like deliberately like stalling, I guess. Like, so I think they're stalling until Undyne shows up, but then like I don't really know how that fits with Atenna saying Toriel is a trump card. I guess that depends on what Chris told him, and we don't really know the full details of that. I'm seeing a post on Reddit or something saying like show this image to someone before chapter 3 and 4 comes out, and like they would not believe that this is real. They would think that this is one of those memes, like the "I remember your genocides" or some king of snow grapes. Like, this does not look like a real screenshot from the game. I don't really like the music here either. Just spent like 5 seconds like mashing all the buttons on my keyboard. But apparently my audio was set up that it was too quiet to show up, so I guess there's so much for that joke. Phonometer. Build. I wonder if it's possible to say I love TV with like just like Susie or Ralsei, but like not like the whole party. I wonder how Tenna would react to that. I know, I think like the struggle option is also like a group thing, so I don't think that would work. I was playing the cooking channel, not Mario Bros. I like how even, like, with all this, Chris is still doing that, like, super stylish jump. Like, even in the most dire circumstances, I still want to look cool. Sometimes if I refuse to answer. That's what happens if I refuse to answer. Another theory I've seen that I really like is that, like, this whole thing about the pipes is actually referencing something like Chris did in the past, like the whole thing with, like, flushing bath bombs down the toilet, and, like, apparently they did that in the past, and, like, it, like, caused damage to the pipes, and what Tenna just said was... and what Tenna just said was, like, literally what Chris said when they were a kid. Like, I think that's a really good, like, exploration of, like Chris's past, like, outside the whole, like, dark conspiracy stuff. I didn't know you could do that. Hey, I didn't have to say I love TV. Truly, the stuff of horrors. It was your ex's theme. You know that. I don't really want to get hurt again. I'm just scared of you. Yeah, like, yeah, I could see, like, Undertale, like, Deltarune referencing Cave Story like that. I don't know about, like, the secret boss thing specifically, but the more I think about it, the more I think, like, having like, a red flower character that in some way references Cave Story, I think that would be a really neat idea. Yeah, like the dreamers looking like Mindigo. That's definitely a thing that could play into that potentially. Yeah, I always thought that this was like a really like fun kind of clever way to like get out of this like cheating the system with the act. Hey. Anna, you're really bad at looking for people. Ball. Surprised I didn't find an excuse to make a ball game reference. Because that just occurred to me. So the Dreamers are like visually based on the Mimiga. Um, so so like Ralsei is based on the Dreamers, and like Ralsei is dressed in green. So if you wanted to, you could pretend that you have like Toroko in your party. Like Toroko like has like sleep magic now, and she's a prince. Yeah, Tenna is a really interesting character. Like, I think like some parts of the fandom overblow him a bit. Like I've seen like the Deltarune tag on Tumblr is like way too clogged with like artwork of like. Well, to be fair, I think it's less about Tenna and more like the whole like Badminton Tenna ship. Yeah, still. But yeah, honestly, I think that's kind of a shame because like the most interesting stuff about Tenna is how he released the Dreamers. I think like the whole Spamton thing is kind of just like a minor side note in the grand scheme of things. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna step away again for a moment. Maybe grab a little something to eat. I'll be back in a little bit. Yeah, I just realized that I accidentally left the orthogonal music playing over the over the Deltarune music, and I imagine the overlap probably didn't sound super good, so I'm apologizing for that. I'll just be back in a few more minutes, like I said. Alright, I'm back. Apparently oranges are pretty good at alleviating sore throats. I didn't know that. I love that after all those like friend inside me theories and rumors, this is what that amounted to. Oh wait, look at the windows. Specifically the top, and how they very much do not fit within the bounds of physical space on the train car. Not recruiting these guys. I mean, even if I was recruiting them, I don't really need to face them. Yeah, one thing I remembered, like, before Chapter 3 came out, there was this fan game where you fought, like, a theoretical version of Mike. He is, like, literally just, like, a giant smile with some antennas with eyes. Like, I didn't really like the design of the character, but, the fight itself was actually pretty fun. It had, like, a blue soul with a ground pound ability. And, there were some healing items in it, and like, one of them was a canned laughter, and I'm honestly disappointed that there wasn't a canned laughter item in the actual Chapter 3. That feels like a missed opportunity. My party is now 50% Lancer. I am familiar with One Shot. I actually do have, like, a few years ago, there was a really big bundle of indie games on itch.io, and I believe One Shot was included in it. I'm pretty sure I actually have it on my computer, but I just haven't gotten around to playing it yet. There's actually quite a few games like that I have. Night in the Woods is a game that I've been thinking about recently. I got it for free on the Epic Games Store, and but I haven't gotten around to playing it yet. Yeah, I am familiar with One Shot. I think Nico's a pretty cute character. Like, I think there's like an official like workshop item for a hat in time that was like officially supported by the devs that gave you Nico's hat. I think I remember using that once or twice. For 64's interpretation of TV Head Mike. The name sounds vaguely familiar, but I don't think I know. I don't think I know for sure that. Maybe if you get a moment, you could like post like a link to an image of that. I feel like I might have seen it, but I don't really remember. There we are. Chapter Gamma. I haven't heard of Chapter Gamma. I've heard of a few like fan-made Chapter 3 projects. I'm not familiar with Gamma. Did I just see Asgore playing golf? Give me Asgolf. Give me Asgolf. Give me Asgolf. I want to see Asgolf again. There. Up. Okay, well, I know for a fact I'm not insane, at least. Okay, maybe if you'd like, you can, like, I have my, Blue Sky and Tumblr accounts, linked on my channel. You can, like, make a post on either, or, like, send me, like, an ask on Tumblr, with, like, yeah, I'll just, like, look it up after the stream. I'll check it on it on my own time. I know they're right behind you. Scared to fight them, huh? Gotta play it safe. I don't really want to get into any unnecessary fights. Oh, you can see the shadows before they fall. I never noticed that. Would have made things a lot easier for me when I was trying to get the egg last playthrough. Yay, property damage! Not worth talking to. Has anyone seen that, those, like, sprite animations by, I forget the channel name, but they made these, like, animations showing, like, what would have happened in chapters 3 and 4 if Birdly and Noelle came along. There's, like, a whole, like, skit where, they were, like, comparing sneaking poses. And, I think, like, Birdly and Noelle were being particularly silly about it. I think one of those two has the Ribic. I did not mean to touch it. Yeah, on the bright side, I'll say you're a lot tankier now. Like, when I first heard this song teased in the Spamton sweepstakes, and like Vapor was in the file name, I just thought, oh, it's because it's Vaporwave. I had no idea that it was actually going to be like a pun on water vapor. I cannot believe. Got it into the second sanctuary. So, you mean like there's like a alternate color scheme for second sanctuary Noel in the files, or was it something that whoever made the mod came up with? Kinda wish I did flirt with the water cooler just to mess with the cactus. Oh wow, you can farm points off these. I didn't realize that. The most efficient way of getting points, but it is what it is. Yeah, that is kind of weird. Like, I know that, I know that there's, like, dialogue for, like, if you give, like, Noelle certain, like, items from chapters 3 and 4, but I figured it was just there, like, I figured that was just there as, like, an either as an Easter egg, or like, as a kind of, like, way to prevent, like, game issues if someone, like, modded Noelle into if someone did mod Noelle into chapters 3 and 4, but going as far as to, like, create, like, a whole, like, alternate color scheme for her is interesting. I don't know, like, that might mean she was originally intended to appear in chapter 4, or maybe it's supposed to indicate something for the future. I feel like the first is a bit more likely in my opinion, but it could go either way. Also, Ralsei's horse running animation is surprisingly fluid. Like, every once in a while, like this game doesn't really have the most detailed animations a lot of the time, but every once in a while you'll see something, like, super fluid. I think, like, the Starwalker walking at the beginning of Chapter 2 is probably the best example, but that was pretty, like, clearly a deliberate joke. But Ralsei, like, Horse Ralsei, it feels, I don't know, it feels like they just wanted to, they just felt like the refrains wouldn't look good or something. Screw you, Susie. I wanted to play Ralsei Rancher. Oh, there's no one here. That's really comforting. Altered one color wheel. That does actually make some sense, I suppose. I have literally no reason to do this. Apparently, Nozumi VA is also streaming Deltarune right now. I don't know, maybe I'll tune into that when I'm done here. Just all Deltarune all day for me, I guess. This puzzle has given me a lot of trouble every time I've done it. Ah, I didn't mean to hit that. Okay. Now one of the bridges is fake out, right? Don't think that was worth 300 points. How are you doing that? There's no spotlights here. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Like, the automatic color change makes sense. Actually, kind of, like, I always felt like the... I always felt like the color changes were less that it was like a natural feature of the Dark World that changes your color, and I thought it was more that, like, literally the lighting was different because, like, the stained glass was different or something. I feel like that kind of, that kind of contributes to it, maybe? Feels wrong seeing this place empty. Gotta be some significance to this line, right? The whole, like, concert for you, like, Chris playing the piano in the past? There's something there, right? Oh, there's usually a treasure chest here. Ah! PB. I mean, technically, I'm not going to be the one who kills him. Oh, that I was kind of just went on, right on instinct. I wasn't really paying attention to the numbers. I've never seen that Apple Baba one before. Try and find the bonus zone, although, oh wait, I think I see it down there. Are these fake outs just my punishment for hurting people? Why do the Pippins make this sound? I don't... Do dice usually make a sound? Board 3 being cut. I think that was a good idea. I agree with Toby that that having like a third board probably would have made things feel a bit. It would have hurt the pacing. Things would have felt a bit stretched out. Yeah, and also I think it just adds to the mystique of having like this whole like other board that like technically exists, but you can't really like explore it at all in the way Tenna wanted. It's like you only get it in the weird route, and it's like you don't even really get to explore it. It's just like you kill a couple people, and then there's just. And then you just go through a manhole cover, and there's like nothing else relevant there. It's completely empty. It has a kind of like it's kind of like a liminal space kind of thing, like an empty multiplayer map in a first-person shooter. I guess that kind of applies to all the sword root boards. But, well, actually, no, because the other sword root boards, they're at least like populated with monsters to kill. Like the city board doesn't really have anything in it aside from you and your party members until you get to the manhole dungeon. Yeah, I think it helps the backstage game feel a bit more like I don't know about special, but I think it like helps the tone. Yeah, like I don't think that was like deliberate on Toby's part, but I think it was a convenient side effect. Oh, I'm assuming you don't get the Spamton cameo if you did Weird Root. That's probably why it's that's probably why it's different here. Kind of odd how like Tenna didn't even really say what the thing is called. It's like referring to it as like it or my secret. Like it's like it can't say the word. It's like he can't say the word Pippus for some reason. Need a souvenir. That's why. Wasn't able to get any last chapter, so I'm making up for it here. I never really thought about it that way, but yeah, Spamton is definitely dead at this point. Well, I mean, he's not in my pocket, like Ralsei is wearing him around his neck, which is much, much worse. Alright. Oh, right, I heard everyone, so no one is willing to do the cool, funny, sneak along with me. That's a shame. Well, there's one person who's not scared of me. I like how, like, when we saw, like, the, like, localization preview, like, the translation preview on Blue Sky or whatever, everyone looked at the "we're just here for the snacks" and went, oh, it's gonna be Rules and Lancer. No one predicted that Rules was gonna enter a polycule with the two weather people. Because, I mean, how could you predict that? Why would you predict that? Yeah, it's like, I don't know about, like, feeling bad necessarily, but it feels very, like, uncanny, I suppose. I'm kind of wondering if, like, Rules is going to be prominent after Chapter 4, because, like, Chapter 4, Chapter 4 felt like a big turning point. Like Rules and Lancer have, like, no presence in them, and, like, it was like the tone was a bit like the tone was darker. We have, like, a specific, like, a more specific mission in mind. We're kind of like not like getting close to the end, but like I don't know, like we're on the path towards the end now, I suppose. I remember seeing a like a fan game or fan animation of fighting Rules card, and like the whole gimmick was him like using the fact that he is a Rules card to change the rules of the fight, and I love how that actually became a thing in the game in like a completely different way. Oh yeah, Rules as a cowboy would have been funny. hitbox of that plane are really weird. Okay, good. Well, it forms Rules' face on the box. I didn't notice that before. So if all the enemies are scared off, where did these shadow guys come from? I guess Rules having stolen the Shadow Mantle would have made sense. Yeah, the whole, like, Shadow Mantle being stolen thing is actually really confusing, because, like, either ERAM was the one to do it, in which case ERAM can travel between Dark Worlds. Well, I mean, we know they have to be able to do that anyway, because, like, they know about the weird route. But then that raises a whole bunch of questions about what ERAM actually is. But then if you assume it wasn't ERAM, then who did it, how, and why? I love how this fight is, like, super creative with the battle system, but, like, not in a super extravagant way. Like that rules card animation that I mentioned earlier involves, like, really, like, elaborate, like, puzzles, and, like, I think, like, the violence route has, like, flat out, like, turns it into an Undertale fight. But here, like, it's, like, messing with, like, the battle interface, but it's, like, not, like, that intrusive, and, like, not to say, like, that being, like, super, like, elaborate is a bad thing. I just think it's fun to imagine it being a bit. I just think it's fun to show, like, different ways of, like, twisting the system. Honestly, they were doing better off before you started barking orders. Oh. Yeah, it is kind of odd, like, I mean, it would have made sense to me if, like, I mean, Sun and Moon would have made sense, Sun and Cloud would have made sense for the weather thing, but, like, the Moon specifically is odd. Like, what is, like, I don't think, like, the Moon is, like, that, I don't think the Moon has that much to do with weather. Yeah, I guess La Nina is Sun, too. Yeah, I didn't get a chance to say, but when Rules card breaks out the laser pointer, he actually, like, La Nina and El Nina, they actually, like, start smile, like, they become more smug and confident. Confident? Like the laser pointer, like, genuinely makes them, like, more confident and more determined. I guess it's not really that stupid an idea after all. I guess the nighttime connection would make sense. Undertale music! I don't really believe in Deltarune is reverse Undertale theory, but I do think it's funny how like at this point this would theoretically be the Hotland equivalent. And so it's funny that you're reuniting, well, not like reunite, like bringing a couple together while Confession plays. Like how Chris was still like doing that little finger wiggle pose the whole time. Okay, I honestly thought that doing the violence route would prevent Starwalker from showing up here. Good to know that even that even like wantonly attacking people cannot stop love. Honestly, in hindsight, like, I legitimately didn't think that Spamton would be referenced as much as he is. Like, even putting aside the cameo, he gets, like, alluded to constantly in this chapter. And, like, even, like, in Chapter 5, that little, teaser that, was in the most recent newsletter, the one with Tenna and the mics, Spamton is a pretty big part of that, too. It's like, I don't know, was that always the plan, or did Toby, like, add in some more references after, did Toby put in some more references after Spamton became, like, way more popular than he expected? Elements of Undertale scrambled in different places. I suppose that would make sense. It doesn't really do much for, like predicting, like, the future plots, though, because, you don't really know what elements are going to show up where or when. Yeah, anagram. Hold on a second. Okay, if Deltarune was a mirror of Undertale, it would have been called Elatred New, which doesn't sound as exciting. Now, I was going to use the gumball machine to get to the egg room. And now I'm wondering, I know, like, you can't get the chapter 2 egg on the weird route. Are you also locked out of it on chapter 3, or does doing the violent route lock you out of the egg? Guess we're gonna find out. I think you have to do the sword route before you can get the gumball machine trip ticket, so I might be wrong, but just in case. Look into the whole nightmare thing, probably nothing good. I'm honestly really fascinated as to the connection Toriel might have to the whole death thing. So, because like, uh, if you defeat the knight and then go back and interact with Toriel, then then her face will contort into a nightmare, and then there's that whole thing where like in where like with the black monster in what I'm about to play, hey, it's like the black monster that's its initial sprite is like a black deer, but it's programmed to turn into the black monster by a variable called Toriel. And, like, the black deer thing is obviously supposed to be a reference to Des, like no matter what actually happened to her. So I'm wondering, like, did Toriel have some kind of involvement with what happened to Des, or did she like cover it up to, or, or did she cover it up because Chris was involved and she was trying to protect them? And like everyone talks about Asgore and his relation to this, but not as many people talk about the Toriel connections, which are very like deliberate. They're definitely there. We just don't really know what entirely they mean. That's interesting. Is like this whole space is clearly supposed to be a reference to the basement, like the Queen's basement from chapter 2. Like the color scheme and like the general design is the same, and then like the music is like a remix of like digital roots right down to being called bit roots. I just can't figure out what exactly that's like supposed to mean. And here's Donner Undyne, supposedly. Oh, I forgot they could do that electric attack. Is it just me, or does the tiles here look vaguely like a creeper face from Minecraft? I don't know, maybe it's just me. Oh, here we are. Hey, pal. Yeah, see, like, this is what's so fascinating. I did not make Chris turn and attack. They did that all on their own. I was only controlling the black monster. Accidentally hit the Windows button again. Hope I don't have to... I have to start over. Music stop? Is it supposed to go quiet like this? Oh, there we go. Oh yeah, the health reserve. That makes sense. Yeah. More bullet hell than anything else in... Well, not anything else in this chapter. Okay, here... Here we go. Well, you're gonna get to see him again and talk things out very, very soon. Honestly, like, forcing Chris to walk up to the shelter like that, honestly, like, one of my favorite, like, one of the like, most creepiest moments in the chapter, perhaps. I wonder if when we do go to the shelter, the layout of the corridors is going to be just like this. Yep, there we go. Alright, hopefully this doesn't take too many shots. Honestly, I'm not entirely confident in this, but I think you could make a decent argument that ERAM is, not necessarily harder, but at least, like, comparable in difficulty to the Knight. Like, this fight was, like, really frustrating first time I played it. Oh, no, no, no. I didn't get any health candies. I cannot wait to find out what this thing actually is. Ah. I wonder, does acting violently, like, does the health boost you get from acting violently carry over to this bit? Doesn't really feel like it, but I can't be sure. Yeah, top 5 hardest bosses, I think that's definitely fair. Like, the one thing that I'm confident about is that, when it comes to ERAM, is that it's like appearance here is specifically because, like, it's like wearing the shadow mantle over itself, and like this isn't what it actually looks like. It's just completely concealing itself. Like, the most we can say is that it probably has some kind of ears or horns, given how they kind of poke through the mantle. But yeah, I have no idea what else ERAM could be. Although, like, I actually I came up with a theory. I posted it on Tumblr not long ago. I don't know if I believe it necessarily, but it's something that I could maybe see coming true. Basically, the idea is that ERAM is, like, somehow, like, related to Death, like it's a part of Death, like in Kingdom Hearts, how you you take away someone's heart, and then their heart becomes a heartless, and the body becomes a nobody. The Knight is the nobody, and ERAM is the heartless. And its interactions with Chris are like drawing off of Death's memories and probably relating to whatever happened, and that happened between Chris and Death that caused the disappearance. And like I said, I'm not really confident that that's true, but I do think it's something that could make sense, and it's at least an explanation of what ERAM is. Alright, attempt number 3. Yep. I'm honestly kind of wondering if doing the sword route or like playing violently or doing the weird route like decreases the odds of getting healing items, because I feel like I've gotten like very few across my attempts here. Yeah, like I do think there's a good odds that like there's that whatever happened with Death and the Knight is somehow related to souls. I've actually seen a few people suggest that like the Knight is like what remains of Death, and like she like lost her soul, and like Chris's original soul is inside the Knight, like keeping her stable, I guess. So that's why they appear to be soulless, aside from our soul, the one that like came from Gaster. Ah. Ah. A stream has been going for 4 hours, 12 minutes. Hopefully this fight doesn't go on for so long that it passes 5 hours. Ugh. Yeah, like, yeah, I think there's a possibility that, that, like, without a soul, because, like, it seems to be that in Deltarune, like, souls, like, contain light. And, so, if a Lightner goes into the Dark World without a soul, without the light, they become, like, consumed by darkness. And, like, I think that could be a decent explanation for, like, what exactly happened to Death, like, why she's the Knight. Like, it's like her body metamorphosed into darkness, or it's like a shell of darkness surrounding her body. I like, and like one thing about ERAM, in the files, this it's referred to as Nightmare, which presumably that's where ERAM comes from, because ERAM is mare backwards. I legitimately cannot tell if the Nightmare thing is supposed to be a lore hint, or if it's purely a reference to The Legend of Zelda: Link's Awakening, or if it's both. Well, I mean, it definitely is a reference to Link's Awakening, because like in the Spamton sweepstakes, one of the URLs that like hinted toward the ERAM fight, like the web page title that like appears at the tab, was a direct quote from the Nightmare from Link's Awakening. So this thing is definitely like homaging Nightmare to some degree, but I guess it really depends on like whether it's like purely a reference, or like whether the whole Nightmare connection is a bigger thing. Because I mean, given the whole motifs of like dreams and stuff, a character literally being like the embodiment of nightmares would make sense. Uh, uh. One thing I'm very glad about is that ERAM actually takes a moment to pause, to laugh, after summoning friends. Thank goodness. Like, the whole, like, without play, the knife grows dull, it feels like something that would be said by someone who's, like, intimately familiar with Chris and, their whole, like, relationship with knives. But, like, I feel like if RAM is like a part of Death or like tied to Death, or even that it like just if it like saw what happened to Death, I think that would make a lot of sense. Like, Nickel for every video game character new have named Nightmare. It's like, well, for me that'd be I'm gonna count ERAM even if it's not technically officially referred to as Nightmare. There's I've never played Soul Calibur, but I know there's a character called Nightmare in that. Really think of any other Nightmare characters off the top of my head. When I first played this, I I looped around as Chris and took this, and then I went back. Oh, you can't get back in. That's interesting. And then like I went back through this path because I thought like it was the only way. I didn't think it didn't occur to me that you'd be able to go up through the bottom. And how did I forget about Kirby? Yeah, there's Kirby, Metroid, yeah. I guess Nightmare is just an easy thing to name your like enemy that's an embodiment of terror and fear. Does does Nightmare King Grim from Hollow Knight count? I was gonna go like behold the most useless healing item, but it's in storage. Actually, yeah, you can't go back up. Where'd Ram go? Yeah, it is interesting how like in some ways the game seems to like not want you to go for the shadow crystals. Like, well, not that the game. I'd say it's more like the game wants you to go through for the shadow crystals. Is like the rest of the world doesn't want you to go. Like the actual world doesn't want you to go for the shadow crystals. If that makes sense. Yeah, like it. Nightmare character makes sense for Kirby. Like it literally popped up in like the second game ever. So I guess they wanted to get it out of the way early. One thing I like to do is playing the gumball machine like before before going for the Death's Easter egg, just pouring all the points I have into it. Because well, I need to do something with my points. Are similar to Nightmare. I'll have to pay attention to that when I get to the night. Yeah, it's actually kind of funny. Like the knight's theme, Black Knife, is like, it's like based on, or at least like borrows a leitmotif from Nightmare Night, an old song that Toby made based on a webcomic he liked, and Nightmare Night was pretty clearly based on like a Kirby leitmotif. I think it was Dreamland, a Kirby sound font. I mean, I'm pretty sure it was Dreamland 3. Yeah, so I guess there's like another Kirby connection in all this. Okay, I can't spend less than 100. Okay. That might have been Superstar. I don't really remember for sure. Yeah, like I'm a fan. I'm a big fan of the Kirby series. I actually got a used copy of Star Allies for Christmas. I played a little bit of it. I think at this point I played most of the main series Kirby games. I've played most of them, but like I've liked most of them, but for some reason Dreamland 3 specifically I just didn't really like. I think it was like there's something about like the movement and attacks, they just felt kind of sluggish, I think. It just wasn't really fun to move around for me. My previous playthrough, I went for this Easter egg, and like I swear I like went in like just like the right direction, that I came across the gumball machine super quickly. I can't remember what that direction was. This one I'm so off-centered, I don't think it matters anymore anyway. Here we are. I find the whole, like, Chris is going to lose a hand theory, like, not, like, funny, so to speak, but, like, kind of, I don't know, amusing, maybe, about, like, how it just kind of sprung up out of nowhere, and, there's actually some decent evidence behind it. So if you get the Easter egg, you don't actually lose the 1225 points. I never realized that. I think there's anything else I need to buy. $28 points. I have February points. Hold on. Is that the text that usually plays like on a Mercy route? I don't remember. I feel like it's different, but I don't remember for sure. Yeah, I know there's like at the very least there's like the shadow crystal thing in chapter 1. Like you hold it up and Chris can like see through their hand. And like some people like connect that to the whole like WD Gaster holes in hands thing. Which is kind of like a weird connection to stigmata, which like it's really fascinating how like Gaster has like these weird religious connections, like 666, like like stigmata. Gaster is definitely like, I don't know if Gaster is the angel himself, but like he's definitely tied to or like connected to the angel in some way, given his like weird metaphysical connection to Deltarune. Like if the player is the angel, then Gaster summoned them. I remember in Molly Star's device theory, she theorizes that the Gaster and the angel are enemies, and Gaster's whole plan is to defeat the angel in order to free the world. And like the whole like 666 like devil thing could be taken as Gaster being a fallen angel, which I guess could be points towards him being the angel, or it could be him an enemy of the angel. You could go any direction with that. Like a hymn equaling religious hymn. Yeah, that's one of those things where it could be intentional. I don't really know if it is, but I don't know, it makes sense. Yeah, I find it really funny how like this scene where Tenna says, I made a deal with the knight, it really seems to lean towards the whole Chris being the knight thing, And then like 5 minutes later, you learn that Chris is absolutely not the knight. Apparently, if you play the sword route and get the Shadow Mantle, for some reason that causes Chris to do way more damage to Tenna. I don't really know what to make of that. Like, it's like Chris specifically. I guess the most likely theory is that they're upset with Tenna for like spoiling like the deal that they made to the soul. This is a really neat attack. Yeah. Like, I had kind of a weird relationship with Chris Knight. At one point I was like really against it. I honestly don't remember why. I think it was like the main thing is that I felt it was like I wasn't convinced that Toby would have like spoiled something like that like at the end of chapter 2 out of 7. Like, it felt like there was definitely more going on. So and yeah, my distaste like kind of got to the point where like I would kind of get a little frustrated with people pushing Chris Knight. Yeah, like I would get frustrated with people pushing Chris Knight. Yeah, I was more into I mean, at one point Death Knight and then Carol Knight, and then like I said earlier, or I switched to being more Death Knight after the I switched to being more Death Knight right after chapters 3 and 4 came out. Yeah. Honestly, I think this fight is probably the best case study in doing the violent route makes the game less fun. And like, I'm honestly not really sure if that's like, I'm honestly not really sure if that's works the best for the game, because like, I mean, the game, I don't know, I guess I'm torn between they should keep the whole they should keep Undertale's thing of like the acting route being better, but at the same time it kind of just makes acting with violence outside of a few very specific fights feel kind of redundant. It like feels like there's not really much point to it, because like it's like it makes the game less fun, and all you get out of it is like some increased health and damage. So that makes fights easier, and so it just compounds and makes it even less fun. I'm honestly really torn as to whether that's like the best idea for the game. Yeah, I talked earlier, like at the very beginning, about like the sudden exposition dump about how Dark Worlds work, and like it's like something similar here. Like I didn't expect like a confirmation of like uh at least parts of Susie's past, and like specifically why why she why she seems to like Toriel so much. I didn't expect that this early, but I do think doing it early was I do think I do think doing it earlier is like the best call, because it allows you to like flesh stuff out a bit more, and it adds a bit more punch to Susie being concerned about Toriel. Yeah, when you clear a dark world, yeah, like the when you do the violent route, your stats only go up to like a maximum, and like even if you do a mercy route, your stats are automatically set to that maximum after completing the chapter anyway. So it's really just like doing the violent route. Violent route is only like a temporary enhancement. Yeah, like so. I mean, like there's like the weird route, which is like more like. Uh, I mean, part of why the whole like fighting and mercy dichotomy worked in Undertale is that fighting some people and using and sparing others, you'd like get different endings for it. And then of course there's a genocide route. And in this game, there's like the weird route that's like the equivalent of genocide, but it's not like just like from fighting. You have to do like very specific things. Like, in fact, like you're not actually required to hit the fight button at all in the weird route, if I recall correctly. So yeah, I guess like it feels like the fight option is there like just out of obligation, like just like because it would like be weird if it wasn't there. Because like yeah, Lost Girl is interesting. Like, personally, I'm of the opinion that, like, some people tend to overblow, like, the significance of leitmotifs. Like, not, not to say that, like, the leitmotifs aren't there, but I don't think they always mean what people think they mean. Because, like, Ini route, yeah, like, with Lost Girl, um, yeah, I remember before chapter 2 came out, Toby put a preview of Lost Girl on Twitter, and he actively said that like he described it as Noelle's theme, but he said that it's like not like, but he said that there are other places where it'll appear too, and yeah, I do think it's a general feeling theme. Yeah, because a lot of people think that there's always some kind of like deep symbolism to how Toby uses leitmotifs. But I mean, I always think back to how the in chapter 2, the acid tunnel scene, the it uses the music for the acid tunnel is a remix of Lancer's theme, and Lancer has zero relevance to that whatsoever. I mean, like the best argument I've heard for that is that you fight Rules Card there, and like Rules Card is connected to Lancer, but I mean, if that was the idea, then why not just use Rules' theme? Healing items. All right, here we go. One of my favorite Undertale fan, not Undertale, Deltarune fan projects is is a Deltarune chapter rewritten, and I especially like their version of a because like chapter rewritten swaps Tenna with Jackenstein, and it redesigns all of Tenna's TV stuff to be specifically around like a horror media, like a kind of like a like goofy kids horror, and I really like all of that. And like, yeah, I think like they call him Hijack in that AU, and I love Hijack. Like, if you get a moment, look up chapter rewritten creature feature, like the rewritten version of Tenna's feature presentation video. It's honestly like one of my favorite like videos, one of my favorite Deltarune related videos ever. Hi, Des. Oh wow, Ralsei does as much damage as Susie. I didn't think the Puppet Syrup was that powerful. Yeah, chapter rewritten is pretty cool. They basically the idea is that they swap the cast of chapters. So like the cast of chapter 3 and 4 swap, and the cast of chapters 1 and 2 swap. They actually swap Lancer and Birdly. So Lancer becomes a Lightener, and Birdly becomes a Darkener. That's pretty cool. I like the redesigns. They do some pretty creative stuff with the concepts, like the horror TV for chapter 3, like I mentioned. I just realized I forgot to equip the Shadow Mantle. Well, I guess we'll see how long long we can go. Oh. Yeah, the key to dodging that attack, in my opinion, is to, like, when the knight does the slash, immediately start moving to, like, the opposite side of the battle box. Because, like, the further you get from the center, the more space you have to find a safe spot. Probably heal Susie. And maybe the knight got nerfed at some point. I didn't think they got nerfed this much. Bars and pointing animation. I don't really remember Nightmare pointing. I don't know, maybe I'm just not... It has been a while since I played Adventure. Honestly, I'm shocked at how well I'm doing so far. Deltarune in the Ink Machine. I know practically nothing about Bendy. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, I should have known that wasn't going to work out for long. Yeah, I don't really, yeah, I don't really follow horror games. Like, there was one period where I kind of, followed, I kind of followed Five Nights at Freddy's, but I never really played any of the games except for the ones that were free. I just kind of watched theory videos and that's it. You can talk about your theory if you want. Like, I don't really think I'm not, I kind of doubt I would play Bendy, and even if I do, I don't think I'd mind being spoiled that much. Although then again, if you're going to talk about, like, the theory, like, it might be I suppose it might be a bit, confusing to someone who hasn't played it, so, you can talk about it if you want, but, it's your call. I'm gonna go ahead and restart, because I, forgot to equip the Shadow Mantle, and I need to correct that. I feel like Susie's probably, like, the party member that people usually give the Shadow Mantle to, given, like, she has Broodbuster, so she's the one who's, like, most worth keeping alive. Okay, yeah, you can, say the point if you want. Okay, so basically, if I'm understanding correctly, the theory is that, like, darkness that, like, creates the dark worlds is coming from like, a specific object that, and it's not just, like, naturally occurring. That could be interesting. That could tie into the whole device thing. that could work. 'Cause, like, I think, like, the usual assumption is that the Dark Worlds and the Dark Fountains are just, like, a natural thing that can happen in the Deltarune world if you know how. But if there's, like, something, like, something that someone created that specifically caused them, and, like, that would probably be Gaster, that could actually make some sense. And, like, tie into the bunker, too. Interesting. Yeah. That is a good point about how the prophecy talks about it. There could maybe be some kind of explanation for it, like if the device was made like a really long time ago, or like if the person who created the prophecy is like interpreting it differently, or just lying. Okay, I want to gauge people's opinions. How many people think that the Lost Girl motif is referenced in Black Knight in some way? Ah. I mean, like, my theory on like why the roaring didn't start a long time ago is like the roaring seems to be tied specifically to the creation of dark fountains. So it's like the dark world always exists. It's just like the dark fountains are what like allow them and the light world to interact. And the grand fountain is supposedly like pure darkness. So that's supposedly like the explanation for how they that's supposedly the explanation for how that's supposedly the explanation for why the grand fountain doesn't cause the roaring. Ah. Oh yeah, so like any random person could have made a dark fountain without other people knowing. Okay, I see what you mean. I guess I guess it really depends on like how people discovered how to make dark worlds, because like you have to do like a very specific thing to make a dark fountain, and I guess it really depends on like how widespread that knowledge actually is. Ah, this specific attack is just like the most annoying to me, like how it like it's really hard to get a grasp on how the soul moves when the box is moving, especially when you have to move around a whole bunch when it starts doing and it starts alternating directions later in the fight. I should really be defending to get more Rude Busters. Ah. I mean, Rose is decidedly not standing. Oh, girl. Eh. I'm gonna step away for just a moment. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, I think there's like absolutely some kind of significance to how like the knight is like very very obviously resembles the Titans, like pitch black, the whole connections to shadow crystals and glass. Yeah, I think there's like definitely a case to be made that whatever happened to Des involved her like becoming like swallowed by darkness, or like her body crystallizing into darkness or something. So she ended up becoming like a pseudo Titan. I'm just gonna defend. I think I'd be more efficient than, I think getting like the 140 Rude Busters more often is way more efficient than just attacking with Chris and Ralsei. I don't really think the Knight's color connects that closely to Nightmare. Oh, the original like Nightmare's fake. Oh, the background. Yeah, I think that makes a little more sense. Yeah, like Nightmare had kind of like a dark color scheme, but it was still like not like dark, but like I guess like a very cold color scheme with some black, but it was still pretty colorful. Yeah, I am pretty sure the Nightmare connection is intentional on some level. That's a part of why I kind of half believe in that theory I gave earlier about ERAM being connected to Des. Oh, no. Okay, that actually wasn't too bad. One nice thing about the harder attacks is that there's more projectiles and you get more TP. So you get to attack more often. Or Rude Bust more often. I can't believe I'm fighting the Knight for a third time. Okay, yeah, that specific attack was like, I think probably the worst of them, but that run through actually went pretty well. I mean, I think there's room for, like, both, like, the Nightmare thing and Death being turned into a Titan. I think there's potential for some overlap there. Oh yeah, I forgot about the Nightmare Power Orb thing. And everyone talks about Toby Fox homaging Earthbound. No one talks about how much he homages Kirby. I don't have the group heal. Ah. Oh, yeah. Wasn't expecting that one. Oh, we're already here. Okay, maybe I should have revived one of them. Now any damage I take is going to be pumped solely into Susie. And I feel like that's not necessarily going to go super well. Okay, new tactic. The exact same thing as I did previously, but now make sure that Susie doesn't just take all of the damage from the final attack on her own. Yeah, like, people have compared the Titan specifically to, in the little cutscene in Chapter 2, people have pointed out how the Titan, the Knight looks almost exactly like the two, like, lankier Titans, standing to both sides of the really big one. Ah. Whoa, I almost got hit there. Yeah, that makes sense. Like, there's probably a lot of stuff that references, like, probably more so Zelda, but there's probably a lot of stuff that references Kirby, too. So for Earthbound and Cave Story, which aren't referenced as much, it sticks out more. Although I will say, I do think with Earthbound and Cave Story, like, I think, like, the stuff like the Dreamers looking like the Mimiga, and, like, basically everything to do with the connection between Deltarune, Undertale, and Earthbound. I do also think that the references to Earthbound and Cave Story are a lot more blatant. Oh no. I absolutely cannot have Susie be KO'd. So this is going to be like the red one, right? Yeah. Oh no. Okay, I actually didn't get hit that time. Yay me. Ah. Okay, Chris is still alive. You know, people like to ship Asriel and Des, but I don't think that's going to work out. I mean, she was clearly just pulling the iconic lesbian pose there. But yeah, I don't think she would be into Asriel. Like a little extra punch for this final hit. Okay, definitely quicker than the last 2 times I fought this thing. Is this whole static effect just something she's faking? That'd honestly be kind of funny if she could just do this at will. Yeah, you've heard of Ralsei as a trans girl. Now Asriel is a trans girl. Ow. 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 Okay, we're finally at the end of this. Yeah, I'm thinking, yeah, I really underestimated how long this would take. Yeah, I think I'm probably gonna end stream shortly after, finishing this chapter. Yeah, I'll probably stay on a little longer to talk a bit and answer some questions. Uh, but yeah, like, I'm thinking, probably at some point soon we'll do a chapter 4 stream. And, I don't know, this was a pretty fun experience. Maybe we'd do other streams in the future. We could, I could do a Team Fortress 2 stream, Kirby, Splatoon 3, I'll, I'll probably stream Chapter 5 when that comes out. That'd probably be fun to do. Get, like, actual live reactions. What's so scary about our arch enemy being fought off, Toriel? Huh? What are you hiding? Like, Asgore Knight is like, I don't believe it for a second, but it's 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 something that, like, if it weren't for the fact that Asgore was like one of the final bosses of Undertale, I could maybe see Asgore Knight being a decent story in like an alternate universe where like it made more sense. I actually feel similarly about Rudy Knight. I think you could make a good story about Rudy Knight, but I don't really think it fits Deltarune as we have it. Actually, a little bit before chapters 3 and 4 came out, I actually made a post on Tumblr just saying that, basically saying that, you know, I don't believe that Rudy would end up being the knight, but you could probably get something decent out of, like, wanting to return to the past, escapism from his illness. I don't know, I could, like, an alternate universe fic where Rudy is the knight, I think could have some potential. Why can't you, Susie? Yeah, it's a good point about Asgore not really fitting in the armor. Well, then again, I don't know how many people realize it's supposed to be armor. I mean, like, he's only confirmed in like one like kind of obscure cutscene that the knight is even like wearing a helmet. I mean, I think it's easy for someone to assume that that's just like the knight's body. Behold our MacGuffins for the game. Mysterious codes. there we go. The moment that every like streamer and let's player or air just like cursed at Toby for that like cliffhanger. He's like, I'm not the first person to say this, but could you imagine what it would have been like if only Chapter 3 released on its own and we didn't get Chapter 4 immediately afterwards? And that would have been like, I can't even imagine what like the series would have been like. Forget. Don't forget. Don't forget. I guess that's a good point. A good point about like it being easy to assume that it's armor for like anyone aside from Death. I'm just gonna want to make double sure that my completion file carried over. Okay. Okay, we're good. Okay. Okay, so that's... Alright, we're done with Deltarune for now. Alright, like I said, I'll probably stick around for a few more minutes if anyone wants to talk about anything or ask any more questions. Preferably questions like related to... You are right, I forgot the egg. I'd have to double check the recording. I didn't grab the ticket after I didn't grab the trip ticket after I did the the gumball machine running gag. I'll have to double check. It's possible that it might not have dropped, which probably would have been an indication that I couldn't get the egg on the weird route anyway. Yeah, I didn't get the egg. It's not really that big a deal. Yeah, like I said, I'll just stay here, talk, field some questions, preferably about stuff related to my channel, like some of the stuff I've covered, since this is supposed to be a subscriber celebration stream. But if you have anything else like Deltarune or any other unrelated thing, I'm open to talking for a little bit. Yeah, this art, it wasn't like directly inspired by Cave Story, I don't think. The person who did my my profile picture also did this floral cave art and like a bigger full body art of my bat Mimiga mascot. I commissioned them to do it. I talked about them earlier. They're called Ellipsis, and yeah, I have them linked in my channel description. They're a pretty good artist. They do cave story stuff sometimes, and yeah, if you like their art style, I'd highly recommend checking them out and maybe commissioning them. Yeah, like I specifically wanted like a floral cave background, like the cave, just because like even aside from the cave story connection, it just made sense to have the bat character in the cave. But I wanted like a floral cave specifically just because I thought it looked nice, had some like visual flair, and also I like the whole like nature, plants, flowers aesthetic. Cave Story, I actually have like a 30-40 minute video reviewing Cave Story on my channel. So if you're interested in the game, I'd recommend you check that out. Though it does like spoil the game, so maybe don't watch through the whole thing if you're interested. But basically Cave Story, you play as a guy who's on like a floating island and you're going through like the caves of this island, and you're interacting with these other characters, and it's basically a sort of pseudo Metroidvania. It plays kind of like a Metroid game, but is like a lot more linear. And you basically have to explore around, find various items and weapons, and help protect help protect against the villain, who's like a guy who's like trying to use like evil flowers to turn the rabbit people evil. Um, yeah, it's a really good game. It's like my personal favorite game of all time. Like not necessarily the best game I've played, but my favorite. I elaborate on that more in the video I mentioned. Right, if you heard me sipping my water there. My throat is killing me. I'm not used to talking so much. Yeah, Metroid, I haven't played every Metroid game, but I think I've played more Metroid games than I haven't at this point. I played I think Metroid 2 on the 3DS Virtual Console was actually one of the first Metroid games I played. Um I thought it was like definitely dated, but I thought it was like good for the time and the hardware. And, like I played Samus Returns as well. I thought that was pretty fun as well. I have played Metroid Prime 2. I actually got close to the end. I think I got to that ending uh ending the Sky Temple key quest, like the thing at the end where you had to collect all the Sky Temple keys. I got to that point, and but then like for like my last playthrough, which was a few months ago, I like my uh I got a like a crash, like something went wrong and it crashed, or just I closed it and I hadn't saved, so I ended up losing quite a bit of progress. That kind of demotivated me to play it again. I'll probably pick it back up at some point. Uh, yeah, it was decent. Yeah, I have Symphony of the Night on my PS4. I haven't played much of it, so I can't really judge if it's did it better. I will say I think it has more RPG elements than Cave Story. I think it has like uh more weapons. I think it has some kind of like a more traditional level up system than what Cave Story had. Although that doesn't necessarily mean it did it better than Cave Story, just kind of like a different approach. And I guess that comes from the fact that Symphony of the Night is a lot bigger and more elaborate of a game, I think. Oh wow, it's like 8:30. Like I know it's been like 5.5 hours, but I didn't really make the connection to like the actual time of day, and I haven't even had any kind of dinner yet. Wow. RPG grinding makes you feel overpowered late game. Um, like I said, I haven't played much of the game, so I can't really judge that assertion. Um, uh, I don't know, like, are you required to do grinding? Like, or I don't know. Maybe I should just like not really speak on it until I've played it more. I don't know. I think like most Metroidvanias do kind of have you being overpowered late game. I think that's kind of like part of what people like about it. Like you have like a whole bunch of stuff that you can do. Yeah, like I mean, like most Metroid games give you the screw attack, which like is like it turns your jump into an insta kill pretty much. That's pretty overpowered to me. I guess like the execution is always the execution always makes or breaks it, I guess. But like Metroidvanias as a genre, I do like enjoy. I haven't played very many. I played Cave Story. I've played several Metroid games. I've played Hollow Knight. I played like some of Hollow Knight Silk Song. I actually got it right when it came out. Although I haven't played it much lately, and like I'm still on Act One. Yeah, like one game that I really like. I want to do a video on it at some point, but I'm holding off on it because I specifically want to save a video on this game until I have like more of a presence on YouTube. I have more subscribers, specifically because this game is extremely underrated, and I specifically want to get more people to look into it. It's called Copy Kitty. It's it's like a 2D like uh side-scrolling shooter action game where you play as like a cat girl girl who basically has the ability to like when you kill an enemy you get like a pickup that allows you to use their attack, but then you can also combine attacks from different enemies, and you can combine up to 3 to get these like really like super like big strong attacks. And it's really fun. Like I think like there's like all like I think hundreds or like at least 100, I think more than 200 uh weapon combinations that you can use. And like there's a whole bunch of like solo weapons in addition to that. The level design is really good. I really like some of the stuff it did with the story. um yeah, if you're interested in some kind of action game, I'd highly recommend looking up Copy Kitty. The developer has actually recently released a game called Sunfluffs, which is more of like a casual explorative game. I haven't played it yet, but I have bought it. I have it on my computer. I've been meaning to get around to it eventually. Um, but yeah, like I honestly think that Copy Kitty is probably my second favorite game, second only to Cave Story. Yeah, if you're and it's like it's an indie game. It's on Steam. It's pretty cheap. I'm pretty sure it's like less than $20. So yeah, I'd highly recommend it if you're looking for a new game. Yeah, 14.99. So yeah, pretty cheap. And yeah, there's a decent amount of content. There's like straight up like four whole campaigns in it, and like granted, two of them are like just like uh harder mode versions of the previous two campaigns, but there is like a surprising amount of like original like levels and enemies. Um, what other things to make a video about? I talked about this at the beginning of the stream, but some ideas I have in mind are a video discussing my opinions on Pokemon Mega Evolution designs. Although that might be a little obsolete given that Pokemon Legends ZA isn't super recent at this point. I want to do a video talking about the history of Orange Power Rangers, just because it's a uh, surprisingly fascinating um, topic to me. I'm going to be doing more Word Go videos, obviously. I'm a little over halfway through the series at this point. I'm going to do videos on the rest of the show, and also a video on the Word Go comics. Maybe a video on like other Word Go related stuff if I can come up with something. Um, a few videos I've had on the back burner for a while are something on the G.I. Joe CGI animated movies from the early 2000s. I actually have like a full script made for that, but I benched the video partway through recording. I benched the video after I started recording just because I wasn't really happy with how the script turned out, so I probably have to rewrite it at some point. Um, and another other videos I want to do a couple other video game videos. One on Star Fox Command, which is one of the most underrated games of all time in my opinion, and then a video on the Mario fan game Super Mario 63, which I think has a lot of surprisingly interesting like game design stuff to talk about there, especially from the perspective of like creating a fan game. Like Orange Power Rangers are interesting because like they've technically existed for several years now, but there's always been like these like weird technicalities. I mean, they don't fully qualify. Like there was one that only existed in a dream. There was one that was more of a White Ranger. It wasn't until like the most recent season, as of now, that they introduced an actual official Orange Ranger in the main TV show. Yeah, there was like in like the mid 2010s they had a Super Sentai season with an Orange Ranger. It was a train one, but that Sentai never got adapted, so we didn't get that Orange Ranger. Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, I think like the initial reason I discovered those CGI Joe movies to begin with was but when I was younger, back when the my local library actually had VHS tapes, there were a couple tapes of a Transformers Energon, which is apparently one of the worst Transformers series, that I would sometimes get, and I there was like specifically a commercial for Valor versus Venom, the one with the animal hybrid soldiers. Um, so I ended up, and they had a tape for that too, so I ended up watching it eventually. Um, that was actually the only one of those movies I actually watched when I was a kid. I watched Valor versus Venom, but Spy Troops and Ninja something, I forget the name. I didn't watch until I was doing the initial script for that video. Yeah, like honestly, the Transformers and I might do like videos on Transformers stuff eventually. Like the Energon trilogy might be fun to do. Doesn't seem to be super long, so it might be fun to look at. Um, and I actually watched through the entirety of Transformers Prime a couple of years ago, and I thought it was pretty good. Some other TV shows I might look at some point. Martha Speaks, another PBS Kids show after Word Girl. Um, I may end up doing videos on like old like video game cartoons like from the 90s. Like the big ones for me are like the Mario ones because I actually had like the full series of the Mario Brothers 3 cartoon as a kid. But I know there's also the Super Mario Brothers Super Show and the Mario World cartoon. So that could be a fun little other series to do after Word Girl. Yeah, like the Mario 3 cartoon, I feel like that might like I haven't seen much of the Super Show or Mario World cartoons, but I feel like Mario 3 might have been the weirdest of them because it was like a recurring plot point that they would go to quote the real world and like there was an episode where Bowser or King Koopa as he's called steals the White House. There was an episode where like Brooklyn is like has a bunch of Koopa garbage dumped on it and that like pollutes the city and starts turning humans into Koopas. Um yeah, yeah, and then of course but honestly I think like what one thing that might be really fun about doing like the Mario cartoons is that like the very final episode, to my understanding, of this little trilogy of Mario cartoons would have been the most famous episode, Mama Luigi, which as someone who watched a lot of YouTube poops, like still nowadays, but especially back in the day, I just think that'd be a perfect thing to have like be the finale of like a big series looking back on those cartoons. Honestly, I would be like very shocked and disappointed if the Mario Galaxy movie didn't have at least some kind of reference to Mario to Mama Luigi in it, given that it has like heavily features Yoshi and like Luigi's in it, of course. Releasing around the time of the movie, that would make sense, but I honestly don't think there's time for it. Like, I'm not that good at producing videos super quickly, and for like a Mario World cartoon, I honestly think it would work best coming like after videos on the previous two cartoons. So I don't know, like maybe I could tie like one of those videos into a future Mario movie because like I heavily doubt that the Galaxy movie is going to be the last one. But speaking of that, another video idea I mentioned that I might do is when the live action Green Lantern series comes out, when the live action Green Lantern series comes out, I'm thinking about creating a video on like all the previously existing Green Lantern movies. Um, so like the Ryan Reynolds movie, of course, but also there's been a few animated movies. First Flight, retelling the origin of Hal Jordan. Emerald Knights, which is like an anthology focusing on a whole bunch of different lanterns, and Beware My Power, which is set in that like weird like I think they call it the Tomorrowverse. And like that one I watched, I didn't really like it that much. I think it would probably be fun to explain why. Um, but yeah, yeah, my current plan is to do like at least like one video, one like a new video aside from Word Girl, then do the next Word Girl video, and then maybe depending on how close it is to the Lantern series, then do the Green Lantern video if it's still a ways out, then I might do like another one beforehand. Yeah, the Green Lantern cartoon, that could be good as well. I don't know, like I think I could do like maybe like one video on the movies and then like a video or two, depending on how long they are, of the CGI cartoon. I honestly just kind of like forgot the cartoon existed for a moment. I I was aware it was airing as a kid, but I wasn't really a Green Lantern fan quite yet, so I didn't really pay it much mind. And I did actually try watching a little bit of it at some point, but it didn't really like the first few episodes didn't really grab me. Um, yeah, I didn't really watch it much, but it is something that I'd be willing to like watch through for a video. Um, Yeah, I do think it's kind of fun how Razor and Aya from the cartoon, the animated series, are actually canon to the comics now, and they're kind of like they're kind of basically saying that like some version of the animated series happened in the comic universe now. We just don't get to see it. And then there's that whole thing about Young Justice, I think it was, where they brought Razor back and he becomes both a red and blue lantern. I haven't seen that whole episode, but I've seen clips of it. And it's always kind of nice when like an adaptation of something ends up creating elements that are become such a big feat, become so iconic that they're carried forward into future stuff. I think Harley Quinn for Batman is probably the best example I can think of. This is something I'm curious about. If I was gonna do streams of Team Fortress 2 or Splatoon 3, I probably do like streams of either of them eventually, but which of those two would you be more interested in? Like even not even necessarily Splatoon 3, just like a theoretical Splatoon 4 when that comes out. Probably gonna have to double check how long the uh delay is because I feel like it's like longer than I feel like it's longer than I thought it was. Okay, yeah, that's about fair. Yeah, I think now is probably about a good time to shut down. I should probably go eat. Yeah, I'll probably do a stream for, like I said, I'll probably do a stream for chapter 4 at some point. I'll probably announce it on my community page like I meant like last time. Um yeah, like maybe later this week, maybe next week. I don't think it'd take super long. Um yeah, this was pretty fun. Yeah, so and if you enjoyed it, please feel free to stick around, check out my videos if you haven't, and check out my next stream. Um, yeah, thanks for sticking around. Thanks for talking in chat. I'm glad. I was honestly a little worried that that the chat would just be kind of barren and empty. and like there wouldn't be anyone around to talk to. But yeah, I'm glad that the chat was at least like decently active. So thanks a whole lot to like everyone who stuck around. Um, yeah. So see you later.